go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You made wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what we call classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. So the most achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
Peace, peace, peace. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'd like to first start off by asking anybody in the chat if you all can hear me. Somebody let me know, please. Don't want to sit here and talk to myself and nobody can hear me. You know, that happened to me once before. Talking for like 15 minutes all to myself. So I'll just wait till I can be assured that all you all can hear me loud and clear. Loud and clear, loud and clear. All right. I see that everybody can hear me. All right. So first, let me start off by, well, I think my first order of business is to introduce my partner in crime, Emiket Aku Kinshai. Peace, Emiket, you there?
To Hotep a bit. I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
good.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna just expand my page here real quick. All right. So all right, it's been a minute. So I may be a little rusty with the live streaming, and so that's partly the purpose of me going live at this point tonight. And it's late. It's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's my time. So, and it's unannounced. So I'm just going live to actually express my opinion about the conscious community. So as you can see in the title, I titled this, "The Conscious Community Has Failed You." Now, I'm just going to express my opinion about the conscious community. And hopefully it's an objective opinion, and you may or may not agree with me, and that's okay. You know, everybody has their opinions, but my opinion may be shared by a lot of you and resonate with you, or it may not, and that's fine. That's fine with me. No love lost. But I've been gone for a while. Myself and Amy Cat, we took a hiatus, almost 2 years. It's been definitely a year and a half, but I kind of stopped tracking it. So probably borderline in 2 years, maybe. And so when I say I've taken a hiatus, I mean just that. I've been completely absent off of YouTube and Facebook. I didn't even log in to my Facebook account. YouTube, I didn't, I'm still subscribed to all the channels that I've been subscribed to. But I haven't watched any videos for this long duration of time. I just took a big break from the so-called, the conscious community and everything that was going on. Just took a big break. And so now, we're here again. I wouldn't even say we're back, because to say we're back implies that we're coming back into the same shenanigans that I've been witnessing, and that is definitely not my cup of tea. But we're here. I'm here. We're here, and we're gonna move forward and press on. So in me coming back, checking in, I've taken the past week, maybe a little bit over a week, probably a week and a half, definitely a week. I've taken this week and I've browsed through different videos to kind of catch up. And I guess I'm gonna rely on you all to also catch me up on what's been going on. But just on my observations and what I can see and what I've browsed through, I kind of skimmed through a lot of different videos. I obviously don't have time to catch up on almost 2 years worth of different videos on different channels and things like that. So I just skim through channels, look at titles of videos, scrub through a few videos and see what's been talked about and things like that. And listen, I'm going to have to say that it is disgusting. So, hence the title, The Conscious Community Has Failed You. I really, truly feel that this social entity that everyone likes to call the conscious community, it has failed everybody. It really, really has. And like I said, I understand if people don't feel the same way I feel, but I would recommend that you step back from it. You may not have to step back for as long as I did, but just step back a little bit and then just analyze it, observe for a while from a further away vantage point, and not just be all up close into it. And you're going to see it's really, really, really disappointing. And my conclusion is that the conscious community, what's being called the conscious community, has definitely failed everyone. There is no progress whatsoever. And when I say these things, obviously there are small, rare exceptions to what I'm saying. Of course, there is bits and pieces that people have learned or can learn and things like that. So when I say what I'm saying, I don't want to sound like I'm 1000% blanketing everyone and everything that comes out of everyone's mouth and so on and so forth. This is the overwhelming position of the conscious community, the state of the conscious community. It is trash. It is utterly trash. I've seen friendships deteriorate. I've seen people break up. I've seen relationships break up, then make up, then break up again. I've seen people air out dirty laundry on these YouTube streets. I've seen people curse each other out. And it's a lot of immature behavior. You have 50-year-old plus grown men acting like children, bickering back and forth. One person puts up a video, another person puts up a response video, It's like the rap beef that's going on. One person put up a video, and then a day later, another person puts up 2 videos. Then a day after that, the first person puts up 3 videos. Everybody's trying to up each other and not talking about anything. And I mean, I'm not going into any details because you all have most likely been paying attention in real time. See, I'm catching up, so I'm seeing all of these things, and it's just amazing. And I don't know where to point the finger, like what or who to blame, because it's partly on the listeners and watchers' shoulders as well, because people won't go live and do certain things if nobody watches it, or if they feel like it's not a demand for it. And this is across the board, inside the conscious community, outside the conscious community. You have in music, you have TV shows. It's a lot of ratchet stuff going on. A lot of things are deteriorating. But right now, I'm speaking. I'm focused on the conscious community, but I can talk about other things too. But listen, it's trash. It's trash. I'm not naming specific channels or specific people, but it is garbage. It's trash. There's no progress. There's no progress. And listen, let me just tell you what I advocate and what I'm very, very, very consistent at advocating, and why I have done what I've done and continue to do what I do in terms of my role in sharing information, how you all even have come to know me as Wujau, et cetera, et cetera. What I advocate and what I've always been about, and you can ask anybody, people who even the haters, people who hate, will have to admit that I have consistently advocated for the expansion of knowledge, for the quest for the objective truth, by utilizing the necessary tools of discernment, which are the scientific methods of discernment, in order to reach the objective truth, in order to expand our knowledge. That's it in a nutshell. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, whatever. The goal that I advocate and what it should be is to expand our collective knowledge and to reach that objective truth, to find the reality, to find the real deal. What is the absolute truth of X, Y, and Z, of any topic, of any research question, and things like that. And see, that's where I come from. I come from that background, and that's what I advocate. And I try to express that in everything that I do, in terms of YouTube, in terms of all the stuff that you all have ever seen me do, and how you all have ever come to know me. If you look back, you can look back on our channel. You can look back at back before we had channels, when we were doing Google Hangouts, on Facebook alone, wherever the case is, even way back in AOL days, CompuServe and AOL days. If any of you all have known me from back then up until now, at any given point, you have to understand that that's what I advocate. And my behavior, my actions, what I share, what I talk about in person, online, offline, has always been to that end. And so that's where I'm coming from. So when I come and I'm here taking a peep in, checking in with everything, and I see the shenanigans, I see the immaturity, I see the bickering, I see the unprofessionalism, I see the lack of expansion, I actually see the anti to those things. I see people going backwards, deteriorating, degenerating. And I can't believe that people are still arguing and talking about this Black Egypt thing. That is amazing. It's almost like I never took a break. I took a break. That was being talked about, arguing for no reason. People are arguing out the side of their mouth. A lot of misinformation. People don't know what they're talking about. People think that they know what they're talking about and everything. Left that, come back, checking out videos, recent videos, like very recent videos, as recent as yesterday. Scrubbing through some videos. People are still arguing over the same overall topic and even the specifics of the topic that was covered a long time ago, in detail. And that's sad, because it's disappointing, because I'm hearing people argue and say things that was covered at the very least 5 years ago. 5 years ago, people, which tells me that people did not pay attention. And that's not, unfortunately, that's not what it's about for some people. People are not, they don't engage this conscious community thing with the intent to learn and expand, to share what I said my ideals are about. And that's okay. See, I understand that this is a big planet. We all have to live in it. We all have to function and make a living, and so on and so forth. And I don't expect everybody to be like me. That would be delusional and selfish and egotistical. So I get it. I understand that people don't have the same background or intent or the same advocacy as I do. So I get that. But what I'm seeing is far greater. It's disproportionate. This supposed to be a conscious community. The idea of a conscious community, everybody who's living and breathing is technically conscious, because conscious just simply means you're aware. Awareness. That's what conscious is. To be conscious means to be aware. So everybody, alive and breathing is aware, but the idea of a conscious community is supposed to be above and beyond that. It's supposed to be aware and conscious of various different pieces of information that's beneficial to that same community. And this is not what's reflected in the so-called conscious community. And everybody knows I have a history of nicknames for the conscious community. I don't even like saying conscious community. And I know people have been offended by my nicknames. I call it the conflict community, the adversarial community, short bus community, the circus community, the disingenuous community, all of the above. I have nicknames for days. And I know that some of these nicknames may offend everybody, but I unapologetically call this community by those names. People don't like it, then that's what it is. They just don't like it, but they can't refute my descriptions of it, because I can support all of these nicknames that I've been given it. But back to the title, it's failed because there's no progress. And I've asked, by me coming on Facebook, I posted a question on Facebook. I said, what have you learned in the past 2 years from the conscious community? Now, the post hasn't been up very long for me to get a lot of answers. And plus, a lot of people are not seeing my posts because I've been absent off of Facebook. And based on the algorithms or whatever the case is, my posts are not spread out and people are not seeing it. And then even if people did see it, they're like, well, Jao who, because I've been gone offline for a long time. But the answers that I've been getting and the inboxes that I've been getting have all pointed to this title, The Conscious Community Has Failed, because all the answers that I did get are all negative as far as what have you learned from the conscious community in the past 2 years. People have been saying scammers, pedophiles, pseudo stuff, who to listen to, who not to listen to, all these kinds of different answers that I've been getting. And you just got to dig deep and just be honest. And and I understand. See, that some people treat this conscious community thing as a means to get through the day, because you may work 9 to 5 or whatever you do during the day. You want to come home, somebody's live, you're going to tune in, and so you may wind down to the drama and the shenanigans that go on in the conscious community, and you may enjoy it. It may be entertaining to you, and I get that. And because if it weren't for if you weren't doing that, then you probably turn on the TV, probably log into Netflix or Hulu or whatever and watch a show for the same reason, to be entertained. So I get it, and that's fine. The conscious community, if that's the case, it needs to be renamed. Like don't have these misnomers. Don't come to the conscious community thinking you're going to expand your personal body of knowledge, or that the collective body of knowledge is going to be broadened and grown. It's not, and it hasn't. Still arguing about the Bible, still the Hebrew Israelites this, the Hebrew Israelites that. Kemet, the ancient Egyptians are black. No, they're not. They called themselves black. No, they didn't. Mediterranean people. No, they're not. All this, the same topic, month after month, year after year. And I can see it clear as day by walking away and coming back, or coming here, I should say, again, and checking in. It's really clear. I've always seen it, but it's really, really in your face when you take a break and you come back. And it's sad. I'm telling you, it's sad. And I know even the title, if I say the conscious community failure, people may get offended and disagree. And like I said in the beginning, it's perfectly fine. I understand. This is just my opinion. And people may have a valid rebuttal to my opinion or how I feel, and may be able to explain it. I highly, highly doubt that. I don't think anybody can change my mind about the conscious community, because I felt this way even before I took a break. So I don't think that's happening. I'm an old dog that on that subject, you're not gonna be able to teach me anything new. No new tricks for this old dog on that. So I don't know. I would like to see in the chat, how people feel about the conscious community, your honest opinion about the community as a whole. Now, by conscious community, I'm talking about whatever comes to your mind when somebody says conscious community. I'm not talking about Ray down the street who you may build with, play chess with, or whatever the case is. Everyone should know what I mean by conscious community. These YouTube streets, you got a list of channels that everybody frequent, everybody subscribe to. Facebook, even it's stretched on over to Instagram, but mainly Facebook, all these Facebook groups, YouTube, because before social media was on and popping, it was vending tables, it was videotapes and vending tables, people on the street corner, selling things, making money, but at the same time, debating, arguing. Same, similar to what the Hebrew Israelites still do to this day, separate microphone and all that kind of stuff. So everyone should know what I'm talking about as far as this conscious community is involved. And by now, by the way I sound, the way I'm speaking about it, I'm speaking about the conscious community in third person, because although people associate me with the conscious community because me rubbing elbows with everybody else that's associated with the conscious community, I understand that. But if you hear how I'm talking about the conscious community, you would be kind of crazy now to associate me with the conscious community, or as far as a member of the conscious community. I know I engage with people and stuff. People know me as being on the Amara Squad when the Amara Squad was there. And by the way, the Amara Squad Facebook group, somebody, and I don't know who's in the chat right now. I'm gonna start paying attention to the chat in a second. But the Amara Squad Facebook group, I'm one of the people who built that group up in terms of information and a lot of posts and topics and things as an administrator in that group. Now the Amara squad itself dissolved. I mean, maybe somebody even update me on that. I don't know anything about what the status of the Amara squad, if there's such a thing anymore. But the group, somebody kicked me out the group. I was an admin. Somebody kicked me out the group. I wonder who that was. It could only be certain people, and I know those people. So it has to be one of those people that kicked me out the group. The group's name has since changed. I think it's called the Land of Magi, formerly Amara Squad, or whatever the case is, and everything. And see, it's silly BS like that I lose respect for people and their behavior. I think a lot of stuff is very immature. Like I said, you got 40, 50-year-old people acting like high school little kids. And that's not a good look. And I see why the collective conscious community, as it's called, is a laughing stock and joke among actual active scholars, like real active scholars. And I've rubbed elbows and danced with active, real scholars and students for a long time. And especially since I've taken a break, and you bring up this thing called the conscious community, and it's a joke on the world stage, and that's sad because it doesn't have to be that way. But I understand these people's opinions about the conscious community, and I can't defend it. I really can't defend it even if I wanted to, because they're telling the truth. People arguing. People are inviting scholars to do interviews only to use them as weapons against other people, and then getting other videos taken down and laughing about that. I mean, how much more childish can you be? That's not where this thing should be. And if that's people's cup of tea, like I said, at the end of the day, you know, I know we all have to live in this big world, and I don't expect everybody to feel the same way as I do. And there's a lot of room for everybody, but it's not my cup of tea. It's sad. All right. So, like I said, I could say a whole lot more, but Emmy Cat, I don't know if you have some opinions to share, but I'm gonna, check out the chat for a second.
Yikes! I didn't know you got kicked out of a group. The Amarasco, that was actually a good group. Haven't posted or checked anything there in a while, but I was actually while you were talking, I was actually thinking a good question also to ask people would be, because I know sometimes when you spend so much time involved with things and you don't take stock of what are the benefits or the outcomes of what you've learned so far, that really doesn't happen when you're deeply involved in it until you take a step back. But a good question, sometimes something that's really good to always do is kind of try to figure out like how much time like if you're spending how many hours are you spending in a year on a channel, and then ask yourself like if you've spent, let's say, 50 hours or 200 hours in a year, um, you know on a particular channel, then at the end of the year, or at the end of a quarter of a year, or 6 months, you can ask yourself, what have you learned from that particular channel, like whatever information that you've been digesting from that channel. Can you are you fully comfortable in relaying that information to people and things like that? Because sometimes it's all fun and games when you're just watching, and that's all good, because sometimes people, like you said, just want to unwind and just kick it and just have fun and be entertained. But for me personally, like entertainment, there's a difference between going to a channel where somebody's trying to educate you. I wouldn't take that as entertainment. So those kind of channels, mostly what really helps me to kind of like figure out, I want to stick to this channel, and then I'm just gonna X this other channel, is you figure out like I've been spending 6 hours in a month on this channel, and I haven't really gained much on that particular channel, or I've spent like a week on this channel and I've really learned a lot, and the things that I can share with people. So that's kind of a good way to kind of take stock and figure out where you want to invest your time in. But that's a good question to ask people, like how much time do you spend on those channels, and how much have you learned so far from that channel with the amount of time that you spend? And do you think if you spend that much time in a different channel, do you think you would have gained more, or you would have gained less if it was a different channel with that amount of time?
Yeah, um, that's a good question, a good point. Definitely. I am checking out the chat. So listen, so let me say again, peace to everybody. It's been a long minute, and I know I'm giving my opinion about the conscious community. It may be, my opinion may not be something you want to hear, or you may feel like I'm just full of it or whatever. And like I said, it's fine. I'm not trying to start any trouble. I am just calling it like I see it. Everybody has an opinion, and I'm voicing mine. Tonight, I've been gone for definitely a year and a half, between a year and a half and 2 years. I don't remember when my last appearance was exactly. And so now I'm here, and I've tried to, like I said, review people's channels and the topics, try to catch up. And I really, and it's real disappointing, because I'm gonna tell you all, I came and I'm reviewing everybody's channel, and I tried not to have a false expectation, but I thought I had a healthy expectation. I was hoping to watch channels and look at at least the title of videos and the subject matter, the content, and I was expecting to see some growth. I was expecting to see new information, something that will pique my interest, something that will, I sit back and be like, that's good, and something that I would be interested in. But I am not exaggerating. And when I say that I have not seen anything on anybody's channel that is educational for me at all, it's the opposite. I've seen things that disgust me. It really does. In terms of information, nothing new, nothing that makes you, put fire up under you to look into and stuff. Nothing. Not on the channels that I'm considering the conscious community. Now all over YouTube, other YouTube channels, yeah, but it's not. And I'm being very honest as usual. And it's just sad. And so now that's just me. Now, to a person coming into this brand new from somewhere else or from some other, position, people may be learning something or whatever. But even in that, I'm still disappointed, because you have people who really don't know how to teach, faking like they're teaching or doing a poor job at teaching. And it's not fair to the person who thinks they're being taught. I feel that people can do a whole lot better. People need to take time out. Just because you have a microphone and may have a few apps on your computer and the access to YouTube to go live, doesn't mean that you should and pretend to be out there teaching and whatnot. I think that if people are going to do that, you should take at least some time to study the science of teaching. Study andragogy and pedagogy. If you've never heard those terms, it simply means the science of teaching children, which is pedagogy, and then andragogy is the science of teaching adults. I definitely suggest people, if you see yourself as a teacher on YouTube and you want to share information and you enjoy doing that, take some time out to study how to teach. It's pedagogy and andragogy. Pick up a couple of books on it and study. There's a method and to the madness. And just because people share information, that doesn't mean they're teaching. And you have to, there's a system, there's a science to it. And I don't see it being implemented. Now, like I said, all of my statements I'm not applying this 100% to every single body that you may or may not know, but the overwhelming aspect of it is why I'm saying what I'm saying. All right. If the shoe fits, strap it on, type of thing. So I'm paying attention to the chat, again. So I'm gonna say peace to everybody, and I want you all to catch me up on maybe some things that I've been missing. But trust me, all I've been seeing is the blackologists pushing this black stuff by any means necessary. I've definitely seen that, so I don't need anybody to update me on that. What's been good? What's been like you all heard my critique and my opinion. So in the chat right now, what outside of what I've been saying just now, what can you all tell me that that's good, that would be the opposite of what I'm saying, the opposite of how I feel about the conscious community? Y'all let me know. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear. Listen, if y'all going to ask me about that Black Egypt stuff, what I'm going to tell you to do is go on the channel that you're watching right now, the Sesh channel, this channel right here. We have countless videos addressing all the different aspects. And I understand that our channel is not popular. And I want to say this for the record. I'm not in this. I don't do what I do for a popularity contest. And that's one of the reasons why, a lot of people ask me, how come I don't turn on my video? Like, how come I don't share my video? And I haven't turned on my video camera for a long time. I used to, but I stopped because I'm not in this for a popularity contest. I'm not trying to steal people's subscribers. I'm not trying to steal people's viewers, listeners, or none of that. I'm not trying to fight and compete for any of that. Like I told you, my advocacy, my point is to expand knowledge, to share information. I have learned the tools of teaching, the tools of science, the tools of discernment, and I share and utilize those skills and share them out. And if it resonates with people, hey, that's all good. Let's ride. If it doesn't, then let's have a conversation. Explain to me why, explain to me how, explain to me things how I can do and how I could be better. But I'm not in this for a popularity contest. That's why we come on late. It's like 11:42 now. But I'm saying that to say that you all tell me, what am I missing out on? And the reason I was saying about the popularity thing is because now listen, since I posted on Facebook, because I haven't posted in a long time, I posted on Facebook right after my birthday, because a lot of people wished me happy birthday last month, and I posted, and from there is when I started to pay attention and check in, and listen, my inbox, Facebook Messenger, has been blowing up. And people have been asking me, sharing links and sharing video clips and timestamps and this and that. And people want me to chime in on the foolishness that's going on right now with the whole Egypt stuff. And that's very, very disappointing. Borderline disrespectful, even though I know people are not trying to be disrespectful. But the only reason why I say that is because we have tons of videos on our channel right now where we are sharing detailed information about all aspects of what people are fussing and fighting about, from toponyms, demonyms, Nisbe adjectives, to everything. Calhoun papyrus, where we go from the actual hieratic into the formal glyphs, explaining the different grammar of different things. We talk about that all the way from Sheikh Anta Diop and how he kicked it off with the misinformation about certain things, all the way up to 2019, myself, Asar Imhotep, and Sanjeti. We overnight, in one day, we put together 3 essays, 1 essay apiece. Put it together and publish them on the toponym, on the contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. That was done in 2019. That's 5 years ago. 5 years ago. And what people are arguing today was already covered. And so that's what I mean by it's disappointing because people are asking me questions that we addressed in writing in that book, and then in lots of videos before that book, after that book, et cetera, et cetera. So listen, just just spend some time on our channel and just look now. What we're gonna do is, and what we start doing is we put timestamps in our videos in the description because some of our videos are long. Admittedly, they're long, and if I were you, I wouldn't watch them either. So I can't be mad at you for that. Like we have some 6 hour videos, 4 hour videos, and I wouldn't sit there and watch the whole video either. So to alleviate that, we're going back and putting timestamps inside the description so you can go to different points in the video. So, and we've done some so far, but be on the lookout. We're going to do them all. But I'm saying go back and spend some time on our channel. You know, I'm not asking you to pick a side. I'm not on anybody's side. I'm on the side of objective truth. I don't care who you are at all. I really don't. I don't care what degrees you have or have not. I don't care what is going on. I'm not on anybody's side but the objective truth. Facts, the reality of whatever it is and the pursuit of it. That's where I'm at. And so I don't want you to feel like, you know, you're a traitor to whoever you follow, or some of y'all have to admit, some of y'all are groupies. I've seen a lot of groupies out there. I've seen a lot of fans. I've seen a lot of groupies. For whatever reason, I have no idea. But just spend some time on this channel right here in our archives. Go to the live tab, go to the upload tab, and just look at the titles of these videos and pay attention to when these videos were done. These videos are years old, 10 years old, 7 years old, 5 years old. We covered all this stuff in detail. I mean, and it's done to where you can learn something. You definitely need to watch our videos with a pen and pad. Definitely with a pen and
Yeah,
pad.
you know, people do actually sleep on those videos. And you know what's funny is during this week of just going, acclimatizing myself with, and trying to, catch up with what has been going on. The funny thing is that it's crazy that people actually need outside sources to tell them exactly what has been said in the on the videos that we have on the Sesh archives. It's like so y'all go and bother these white Egyptologists and whatnot, just to come and tell you what the Sesh has been telling y'all for all these years. And the crazy part is sometimes even when those people are saying what we have always said, the people digesting that information kind of still don't get it, because you see how the act after the interviews is like. I saw some of the interviews; they were very clear. The Egyptologists were very clear in what they were saying, and it's exactly what we've been saying all this time. But then even the person that the information is being relayed to still doesn't get it, which is kind of strange. But my point is that y'all didn't need to go out and bother those white Egyptologists. I mean, but I understand that sometimes people need like a second opinion. But the fact that we've been saying that for a long time. It's written, it's addressed in videos for people who don't like to read, and things of that nature. Is just like, I know for a fact that people do sleep on on the videos that we have and the work that we've always done. So that's one thing. But another thing is that I actually realized as well is just a confirmation of what I've always said, and that is that I would actually I would say that Wujao, Asar, and Sanjedi, I would just call them the big three. Kind of like you had the big three with Drake and J. Cole, and Kendrick and whatever. But I would say that Wujao, Asar, and Sanjeri are the big three. And as I've always said that there's a difference between those three individuals that I just named. These are people who come with information that or research that that is unique, that is you could call groundbreaking. And then what you have is other people who will come and play the ops or the opposers in that sense. And what I've seen is, if you've had this whole thing about the toponym, the place name of Kemet, talking about a toponym, that research, Asa had been doing that research for the longest, and then had Wujao and Sanjeti also as part of it. But then after that, they produced the book that everybody was supposed to read, and it's very, very clear what the research question is all about. Now, during this time, in the break that we've taken, I would actually think that people would come with other things, also their own contributions within this particular field of study, because if you don't know, you would actually think that the only reason why people are studying Sesh Netcher is to figure out if the Egyptians were black or not. And that is the whole point of the field of Egyptology. But that is not, because all these videos, all they talk about is about the Egyptians were black. And I always say that that is always an indication for me that we have a group of people who have nothing tangible to offer other than to latch on to other people's work. But instead of latching on to actually add something constructive to it, it's just to play the opposition part. And it's been very clear to me, because coming back, all I've seen is videos of Egyptians are black, or Egyptians are not black, or Egyptians are black. And that just tells me that all people needed was somebody to come up with an idea, which was what you guys, the Shemsu Heru team, came up with. And once like you took yourself out of out of that environment and everybody got lost, all they had was that particular botched up, idea of the research question that y'all had. So all people can do, if the big three are not there, is try to figure out if the ancient Egyptians are black. Other than that, everything else that people are studying with the Sesh Netcher, they're kind of lost. They have nothing else to offer. So that was kind of disappointing, but it did confirm that, which is always what I've always said.
So listen, I know it's late. I want to, engage you guys in the chat. And so I'm looking at the chat, and I'm putting some of you all's comments on the screen and following along with what the chat is saying. And so I do want to say this. I know that the whole blackologist push about the black thing with Egypt is a hot topic right now. And it may be a new hot topic to a lot of you all, but this is so old to me, and it's really, really disappointing what I'm seeing and how I'm seeing it being handled. And so, like I said, my inbox blew up ever since I started posting back on Facebook. I guess people felt like, oh man, where you been? And shout out, I really appreciate people who did check on me. When you vanish like that, people who are concerned, they reach out and say, hey, you all right? And things like that. So definitely shout out to any and everybody who reached out to me, to see, make sure that I was straight, and everything. And I really, really appreciate that. Those are real things right there, So I really appreciate that. And everybody who's done it, you all know who you are and things like that. So I want to definitely give a shout. I should have said that first. I definitely want to shout everybody out who reached out to me for those reasons. But yeah, I'm here. I'm good to go. I'm fine. I just took the break. But in being here now, people are hitting me up about that topic, and I am not going to chase the bullshit. I'm just going to tell y'all straight. I don't condone the behavior. I don't like the way it's being handled or anything. I want to see things done professional, polished, and with integrity, and definitely with good character. And that's absent from the scene right now. And you all have to be honest. If you sit back now, I know it could be entertaining, which a lot of people like, but I'm telling you, that's not the way to go on this. Not on stuff like this. Not on active scholarly opportunities. It's a time and place for everything. And so I'm not seeing that professionalism. I'm not seeing that good behavior, good character. I'm not seeing the rigor being applied. I'm seeing a bunch of people who dictionary you to death, who shout to death, can't even talk clear. People whining, people arguing, people trying to one up each other, people over talking each other, out shouting each other. I mean, I can go on and on and on. It's just distasteful. I don't like it. I don't condone it. I'm not a part of that. So listen, if you all have questions for me about this topic, I'm gonna simply blanketly direct you to our channel. And I don't mean to brush people off, but it's completely unfair. And I know people don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's quite disrespectful to ask me to chime in on this topic as if it's something new. I've covered a lot about it, and we documented it either in video form, written form. Just check out our videos. If now listen, if you need help for me to pinpoint a video where I have addressed something already, then fine, I welcome that. But don't expect me to keep repeating myself, because I'm gonna tell you something. This entire topic is a distraction, because maybe unbeknown to a lot of you all, whether the Egyptians would be considered black according to modern social construct or not, is so shallow in terms of learning about the ancient Egyptians, their language and their culture. Because here it is. Let's say tonight, let's say at midnight, in 3 minutes, everybody finds out definitively if the Egyptians are black, purple, pink, brown, yellow, crimson, or whatever. Let's say at 12 midnight, that answer is 1000% definitively given. Bam. Then what? You see how shallow, like you're not going to know anything about the ancient Egyptians. You don't know anything about their culture, why they did what they did. How did they do what they did? Where's the genius? Where are the conversations about the genius of the culture? How were they able to unite an area of land that's pretty much equivalent to the width of the United States of America? How were they able to unite the people of that large area of land without modern technology of USPS, the United States Postal Service, text messaging, to be able to organize people? How can you organize and unify a large body of people over such a large area of land 5,000 plus years ago and keep them united? That's a tremendous feat in and of itself, just that alone. Then to thrive for over 3,000 years continuously with a little bit of, bumps in the road here and there. They call them intermediate periods or whatever. But that civilization lasted. It's the longest lasting continuous civilization. Why aren't people talking about the genius that goes into that? And I'm not even talking about the contributions to science, to medicine, to architecture, the building of the pyramids, all of them, the building of the temples, all of them, and all of that stuff. And what we can see and read. Why aren't people talking about that? Everybody is so focused on a shallow modern problem of an identity crisis. This whole entire topic about trying to make the Egyptians black really boils down to African Americans in this country having an identity crisis, trying to be Egyptian. That's really what it boils down to. Everybody, because see, so-called black history seems to start at slavery. And people are tired of that. So it's like, hey, our history don't start at slavery. We were kings and queens before slavery, before the enslavement and transatlantic slave trade. So everybody wants to tap in and do the Sankofa thing and skip over West Africa's glory and all those things and go all the way in East Africa to Egypt and really want to be Egyptians. So in order to be Egyptians, you got to make Egyptians you. Because you say you're black, you trying to make them black. That's the game. Knowing that that's a anachronistic way of doing things. You're trying to apply a modern social construct way back in history. That's really what it boils down to. People trying to be Egyptians. You're not. I'm gonna tell you, you're not. Don't fool yourself. You are a fool if you think you are an Egyptian. Modern or otherwise. You're not. Give it up. Give it up. All these people, thinking that is crazy. That's what it comes to. That's what's motivating this whole thing. That's what's motivating this entire thing. It's trying to make everything black by any means. It's no different than trying to make King James black. Trying to make the Olmecs black. Y'all have seen it. The original Chinese are black. The original Japanese are black. The original Russians and Scandinavians. You know the original Vikings are black? All the Viking gods and Greek gods and Thor and Valhalla and everything. Everything is black. Boy, y'all take that Public Enemy record to serious. Fear of a Black Planet, boy. Y'all trying to make everything black. Not understanding that black and white as social constructs don't even exist until the 16th century. All that is transatlantic slave forward. All of that. So, and it's whack. So I'm saying, so you're, like I said, people are coming to me in my inbox, blowing it up, asking me questions about this topic. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not a rude person. I'm one of the most approachable persons in the world. I see myself as that. And I'm just telling you all, just come to our channel that you're watching now. Watch our videos. If you have any questions about anything that I've covered or we have covered in our videos, on anything that I have ever written, published, or whatever, by all means, come with it. Ask me whatever you want to ask me. But don't come and ask me questions as if this is brand new to me to address things that I've addressed more than once. And a lot of these things I addressed more than once, several times. And so anyway, like I said, I wanted to engage the chat. So anyway, how y'all doing? I'm up here. It sounds like, I got some stuff on my chest and everything. And I don't even really want it to sound like that. But I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. So let me just I'm gonna back up and just kind of address some everybody's comments. I am going to see what's going on. All right, so LA, Oklahoma, pedagogy, andragogy, in my honest opinion, Kung Fu Kenny. That's what it's about. LA, Oklahoma, definitely. Let's see. All they did was confuse and confound the conscious community. Yeah, that's been going on for a long time. Let's see. I'm just going down the list, y'all, so bear with me. Information is good, but when you don't have the proper morals and discipline to go with it, it's all for what? What kind of example is set for us? What kind of culture develops from that? If you're saying what I think you're saying, I agree with it. I can't, we're not setting, and I got to stop saying we. Don't include me, y'all. They're not setting a good example for people who may take on scholarship very seriously, because then what it's going to do is going to trickle down in the behavior and character of upcoming future scholars. They're going to come and try to share information and be all cursing each other out and one upping each other, and I bet you can't do this, or I bet you can't do that, you know, or them fools over there, them fools over here. And I mean, that's some real childish stuff, and it's surprising. I'm surprised at how people let that go on, though. You know, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because people allow people to wear saggy jeans and stuff too. So I don't know. Jolanda said the bombs are dropped. That's a bomb drop. I forgot. I don't know what that's referring to, but hey, peace to you, Juju. Zane. In order for there to be a black Egypt, they have to admit that there were other races involved. Nope. I see. I don't even. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not acquiescing to any of that BS. The social construct of race did not exist, y'all, until after the transatlantic slave trade. Just put that in your head. Let that marinate. Stop doing it. Let the Egyptians be Egyptians. At the most, or I should say at the very least, or at the most, probably at the most, just be satisfied by saying the Egyptians are African. Put a period after that. Just repeat after me. The ancient Egyptians were African. Just say that and move on. Everything else is BS. The way people are handling the topic, people even forgot what the research question is. People try to argue against me or Asar or Sanjeti on something that we are not even talking about. And we had to go through that. This is before I took my hiatus. Like, people don't even know what a toponym is. We're talking about the place name, and people want to go and talk about how you describe a black pot or something. Like, man, people need to grow up and get their skills up. Let's see, Ramza. If the Egyptians were black like these Negroes, I stay with West Africa studies. All right. Like I said, I'm not y'all not gonna catch me in that mess. Would y'all indicate the people really miss y'all? Some of us only had those channels to go to. Now y'all can clear this up with a class character. Babylon done. Okay, so to that point, this is my point. We've already cleared it up. And that's what I am asking you all to do me a favor, is to just spend some time on our channel and give us a little bit of time to timestamp the long videos. But there's a lot of videos there that are not long. Like, we have some 30-minute videos, 45-minute videos, even the 2-hour ones. Check them out. Take some time. Take a break from the drama. Take a break from the drama and check out the videos. Then come and ask me questions. Come to me with a question based on something you saw on our channel. And I guarantee you that'll work a lot better.
On that question, let me just help Babylon really, really fast. If you go to the Sesh channel and you click on the top menu for playlists, a good place to start is always on the playlist, because we even though we haven't timestamped everything, we're still working on that. Like Wujao said, we have tried to put different videos per topic. So the two playlists that you want to actually go to on this particular issue or this particular topic is there's that of Black Egypt, and there's 9 videos on that. And then there's another playlist, let me see, it's called Kemet Toponym. And that's the most important one. There's 15 videos. And this is very important because, like Ujao said, the research question was on the place name, the toponym. Now, everybody else who came to argue on this research question actually made up their own arguments, which they are still arguing to date, and they still haven't even resolved them. So they're not even arguing against the original research question, because they forgot that the research question was about toponym. So you want to go on that particular playlist that is called Kemet toponym, and you'll really understand what the research question is all about. And it has 15 videos. Now, if you want to go and listen to what has been discussed on Black Egypt, on the topic about Black and Egypt, then you want to go to the one that's called Black Egypt, and we have enough of that as well. About 9 videos. Now, that is not the research question, but we did enough to actually satisfy people's questions on this particular topic. So everything that you're hearing right now around this topic is pretty much whatever people are talking about right now or have issues with or are not clear on, you'll find answers within those. So we've already discussed them. So there is no point of actually regurgitating the same videos again.
Okay, so listen, I'm sharing my screen real quick. This is our YouTube channel that you're watching us on right now. It's called the Sesh. It's short for the Seshu Ma'ani Metal Netcher, all right? But people couldn't pronounce that, so we just shortened it to the Seshu. And even the title Seshu, everyone should know that the word Sesh, as a verb, it means to scribe, to write, all right? And the Seshu are those who write. So it's scribes. It's a word for scribes. And our full title, Seshu Ma'ani Medu Netcher, it means loyal or true scribes of divine words. And so from day one, from the coining of our name, we're advocating people to develop reading and writing comprehension skills. That's what the Sesh are. The scribes were people who could read and write and comprehend. The kings would consult the scribes, especially the royal scribes, for their competency in order to do research for the king and on the king's behalf. And we have examples. And our name is actually a real name found in Egyptian records. So it's not some fly-by-night name that we made up. Is something that is actually used in that context of a king consulting with scribes, the true scribes, the loyal scribes of the divine words, to do research on behalf of the king. And so we are advocating that. We're not advocating adversary competition and battling each other and people got their back up against each other and things like that. That's not what this is about. But I'm sharing our channel because Emicat mentioned playlists. So I'm clicking on the playlist tab. And so these are the playlists. We have Seshu Snackables, and it may be hard for y'all to see it, but just come to our channel. But we have mathematics, 1 video on that, 4 videos called Seshu Snackables, which is short, 5 videos on cosmology, cosmogony, 9 videos on Black Egypt, as Emicat said, 6 videos about the language. We have a whole bunch about the language, but these are like short, quick lessons. So we probably need to rename that. 1 video about debating 101, deferring to authority versus appealing to authority. People don't even know the difference with that. Playlist called Solutions, 7 videos, etc. Just go down the list. These are playlists. But then if you go to the live tab, you'll see all the previous live videos we've done. I mean, look at this video right here. Where was the video? Yeah, no, not this one. After party, the book club. We even had a book club on ethnicity to try to bring people up on the concept of identity. Because, this whole black thing is really under the umbrella of ethnic identity or just plain identity. And a lot of people don't understand what identity actually is when it comes to a collective people and not a personal identity of a self. So it touches on psychology and sociology and anthropology. All 3 of those are really the areas of expertise you need to tap into in order to deal with this issue. And people are not doing that. People are limiting themselves to YouTube and perusing through dictionaries all day, every day. You know, people, I'm hearing the TLA this, TLA that. People didn't even know what a TLA was until we brought it to the community. What else? So anyway, these are all the, different live videos. So I just want you all to, spend some time and go to our archives. Like I said, admittedly, some of these videos are long, but we're going to put the timestamps there to help you out because, it's fun watching the videos live. And if, 10-hour video while you're live and you watching, you in the chat and you engaging, but to come back and watch a 10-hour video in the archives is crazy. I wouldn't even do it myself. All right, but let me keep going down the list. Okay. So y'all bear with me. Would y'all any care people? Oh, okay. Yeah, that was that one. It was something else. I think Sat 12. Conscious community made accepted all of Diab, but you and Asar had alternate theory, and now former Amara Squad members question the Diab Ben orthodoxy that smashing Reggie rep. We question Diab alternate theory. Yeah, I mean, listen, we've done a video on it. I've shown where Diop was absolutely just wrong. Now, Diop is a venerated genius. He's a genius. He was a genius and a scholar and a professional. Nobody, everybody has to give their utmost respects to the late and great Dr. Shekanta Diop. But Diop himself said many times that his work should be checked and that his work should be perfected, and for people not to believe him. He literally tells people, don't believe him. And that's the best stance to take. It's like, don't take my word for it just because of how you see me. If you elevate me even beyond how I elevated myself and you just want to take my word, no, prove my work, like prove or disprove my work, and let the work speak for itself, and then use that as a springboard to advance the work even further. And so that's what we've done. And we've shown people where Diop had made a few and rare mistakes. And we got videos on that. We have videos on that. Showing primary sources. And I saw a comment earlier. Somebody said you gotta deal with primary sources. And if anybody's been on our channel, they know that that's all we deal with. We deal with primary sources. We show, because there's a thing called provenance in archaeology and even in Egyptology. Provenance means that where an artifact was found, when it existed, what are the circumstances, so on and so forth. So we always try to deal with that and give that. So when we pull up a papyrus or any papyri, period, we identify it, give you its museum name, give you its nickname, what time period it was written in roughly based on the handwriting, and so on and so forth. So we do all of that on our channel. So whoever made that comment, just know that. Jolanda, yes, Kemet didn't come around to the 12th dynasty. You're right. Yep, 11th dynasty. 11th dynasty. Kemet, put it this way. So let me just quickly clarify that. The name of the polity or the nation that we know as ancient Egypt was not referred to as Kemet until the 11th dynasty. So that's a better way to say it. All right. Because prior to the 11th dynasty, there were places within what later became Kemet that was called Kemet. Okay. As one of names of a few places. So I just want to, make sure that everybody understands that. And we have that in the book. We have that in the book. We have that in videos as well. We talk about that. Let's see. I'm trying to keep on going down, y'all. People really think they can contribute new information about ancient Egypt. Yeah, it's it's new information. Listen, there's a lot of information about Egypt that's out there in print, and then stuff that's not in print readily available. Scholars are always writing about ancient Egypt, but they write them in papers that a lot of times don't even make it into journals yet. It's just shared among scholars to get peers' opinions about different things. Then they may make their way into journals, and then from there, it may make their way into published singular works or books and things like that. By time that information becomes readily available and affordable to the layperson or the enthusiast, man, it's already been years since that information was dealt with. And so even when people think they have a lot of even books on ancient Egypt, you're still behind the curve, even if the information is very good. So there's a lot of catching up that people have to do. And I'm gonna tell you where Egyptology is peeking its head into, and so this is the forefront of Egyptology right now. So if you're interested in studying Egypt, or you're interested in Egyptology, whether you're pursuing a career in it and trying to get a degree or not, but if you have an interest in Egyptology, I'm gonna tell you where the frontier is. The frontier is in once you have a good grasp on the language and its grammar, which is its morphology and syntax, once you have that as a single person, individual, or as a collective research group, once you have that under your belt, the frontier research is now in combing through all of the literature and the different genres of literature to discover and recover the realities behind the figurative language of that day and time, to find out what's the reality behind the deities, what's the reality behind the figurative expressions in which they wrote these different stories that we'll call, for example, the Book of Gates, the Book of the Earth, the Book of the Heavenly Cow, the Book of Knowing the Transformations of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep, the Rhine's Mathematical Papyrus, which is really the Ahmos Papyrus, these different medical papyri that have these so-called spells, the so-called Book of the Dead or Rauni Puret Imheru, all of these different things. The frontier research is now trying to find the realities behind the figurative expressions. And by figurative expressions, I mean all of the different tropes, similes, metaphors, analogies, and things like that. Because we know that was a technique that was heavily used by ancient people. They didn't write in a literal communicative way. A lot of things were figurative. So there are Egyptologists that are now more Egyptologists are looking in that direction now as a frontier. They're trying to push that forward. And there's a lot of Egyptologists that simply repeat information just in a new way. Like they're not really changing anything. They're using old Egyptological information, and some people are re-examining that old information and regurgitating it. Some people are examining it, changing it, or improving upon it. And then there are Egyptologists that are really pushing the envelope, and are trying to really uncover the realities behind these figurative expressions, things like that. So if you're interested, that's where I would recommend people to start. If you're trying to start a career in that, that's where you want to go. But like I said, the key thing, you first have to get the language under your belt. And that's where I come in. I can help you with that. All right. I have over a decade experience with the language, from the writing system to its grammar. All right. I will break down sentence by sentence all these different things from declension to conjugation to all these different relational adjectives, prepositions, anything, all of that good stuff. Okay, let me keep going down. Says, Wu Jiao agrees with the late great Shanji as he calls him in his videos. Yeah, I agree with everything that can be verified and checked out. But there's two things that we showed that was in error with Diop. Maybe three, but two. And I'll just say them now, but we did videos on it. Notice I said videos plural. But one in one of Diop's works, Diop calls when Diop addresses the so-called Table of Nations in the tomb of Seti I. In the Book of Gates, there's a scene where you see four sets of these four different quote-unquote races that people like to call them, or these groups of people. And one is the Remich, one is the Amu, the next one is the Nahisiu, and the last one is the Chehenu or Chemehu. And Diop refers to them in a wrong way in his book. And we pointed that out. We showed a page, and the whole thing. That was one. And another one, Diop made a mistake and said that the only word that the Egyptians used to refer to themselves was Kemet. And everybody and their mother should know that's not true because the Egyptians referred to themselves as the Remich. If you didn't know before I just said it, now you know. The Egyptians called themselves the Remich. And once you understand that, this whole black thing just goes to waste, goes in the trash. It's just a waste of time, man. It's really disappointing. Let me say, okay, Chief X. Peace to Chief X. I know Chief X been stirring up some trouble. I've been seeing I saw a couple of videos of Chief X, boy. Chief X out there wilding in the streets sometimes. Or, hopefully we all can round back and have a nice panel discussion about some things. Let's see, Sat 12. Outside the box, Wujao says Kemet means riparian zone, aka water saturated fertile banks of the Nile. Kemet means riparian zone. So let me clarify. Well, I don't have to clarify that. I have a whole video on Kemet as the riparian country. Just watch the video. Or get the book. Get our 2019 essay book. Get that. It's all spelled out right there. I'm definitely not going to go over that like for the 10th time. And I did watch some videos. People call us riparianites. I think they call me a riparianite or something like that. I thought that was funny. But you got to watch our video because anybody, it's really just stupid and silly that people, it boils down to people never heard of the word riparian until we said it. Even though it's a word, I didn't make up the word. It existed long before I even knew about it myself. But we introduced that word, and people had no idea what the word meant or anything. So it's odd, it's new, and when something's odd and new, you don't understand. People try to kill it and whatever. So it's just very, very silly to me. But if anybody looks at what a riparian zone actually is, it will click on like a light bulb how it describes the fertile area of the Nile Valley. Even to this day, like you watch our video, we show where Egypt to this very day is called a riparian country. That, Sudan, even Kenya, all the way down to the Lake Victoria, to the Great Lakes area. All countries that touch that water, and including the Nile from the white and blue when it converge at Khartoum and then goes down as a single river, all of those countries and everything, even to this day, are called riparian zones and riparian countries to this very day. But we explain all that.
Yeah, and even just to speak on that, I think I also heard one of the things that people had in contention with the riparian nature of describing Egypt present and past was because they couldn't find it in the dictionary, because people do kind of like the dictionary. So the dictionarians couldn't find the anything translated as riparian, because they need to see it in a dictionary first to actually accept it. But it's funny because you do actually find ancient Egypt described as riparian country, even in the dictionary. Not that you have to find it in a dictionary, but to please those people who wanted to see it in the dictionary, it is actually in the dictionary. And the only reason why they might not even know about it is because they don't understand that there's Egypt wasn't always known as Kemet, like you said. Kemet, the name, the toponym Kemet as a country name, only started appearing with at the during the 11th dynasty. But before that, there was other names like Sematawi. There's the Henu, and also Idebwi. And Idebwi is actually two riverbanks, and riverbank and riparian are the same thing. It's like saying food and meal. I'm gonna have a meal, I'm gonna have some food and things like that. So just because they didn't know about it, it is actually there. So laughing at the word riparian just means that you haven't caught up to the scholarship.
Yeah. But we have a video on that, so I'm not trying to even entertain that. So I'm going down. It says the Seshu. The concept is that black is a type of people, a particular race. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I would suggest Sat 12 that you dive a little bit into sociology, the social construct of race, and where these color terms, the way that they're used today by all of us today, how did they come about? When did they come about? And for what purpose did they come about? And then how did that purpose change over the brief time leading up to today? Because, and I have videos on this, but I'm just giving you, some breadcrumbs right now that the color terms, some of them were abandoned. We still use black and white, but the red and yellow terms used for a category of people or class or level of people were pretty much abandoned. This is why it's so screwed up, because if you listen to people talk, they will say something like, and I'm sure y'all heard this before, they will say black people, white people, then all of a sudden they'll say Latinos, or they'll say Chinese or Asian. So notice that it switches from color to start mentioning a linguistic group, Latin or Latinos, or a continent, Asia, for Asian. But when it comes to black and white, people still use the color term for it. But at the end of the day, they're simply social construct. It's a social construct, and it's the categorization of people for a certain reason. And like I said, I'm not gonna not trying to give a class right now, but to let you know that it's not a type of people. And black, when it was constructed, was never anything good. All right. So believe me on that. You could be proud. You could be proud to be black. All you want to. Let's see. The La Classe system. One ear out, another. Okay. It is definitely a cast. Oh, La Costa system. I thought you were saying class system. Maybe it is. Maybe Spanish. La Costa, the Costa, the caste system. Let's see. Babylon Dunn. Smash and Reg agree with Sonoran and Winterman, who disagree with Diop and Obenga. Think about that. Confusing, confounded conscious community. I'm just going through. Oh, peace to the sister Mika. I'm not black. I'm Mika. All right. Let's see. Chief XD's scholars will probably become unavailable now over the antics. Sat 12, I can speak to that. That's definitely true. I'm gonna tell you, real active scholars, and I say that because you have a lot of scholars out there that are deserving of the title scholar, right? And they should get respect. But there are some scholars who are not active scholars, like they're not actively penetrating information and doing active penetrating research. Some scholars are scholars because they have achieved a level of scholarship or ism because of previous works. You know, they've gone through the necessary schooling and training, and they have may have a master's degree, which above, you know, their undergrad degree, they may have received a master's and even a PhD and written a thesis on a narrow focused topic. And then that's pretty much it. And then some people may go from there and start to teach based on their narrowly focused thesis and topic. And they, you know, they'll be rightfully be Dr. So-and-so with a PhD and so on and so forth. But then there are active scholars who are still pushing and researching and stuff like that. And those scholars, one, they're not going to have the time for antics and shenanigans. And then two, if and when they do make the time, they make the time in the spirit of trying to create interest for what they're doing. So if they feel so in the conscious community on these in the YouTube streets, if you invite a scholar on your channel and they agree to it, 9 times out of 10, they're going to agree to it because they feel that there's an opportunity to pique the interest of an audience into whatever it is that they have going on or what they're researching. And so if you invite them and then all hell breaks loose and you use them as a weapon against somebody else because you're beefing and debating with somebody in an immature way in the YouTube streets, that scholar is going to easily become offended. And then they're going to let their colleagues know. And then over time, it's going to make the block hot. And none of these scholars are going to want to participate and be interviewed by people who are associated with the conscious community. And I've seen that personally and firsthand. I've seen that. All right. So that's real. And based on the few videos I've scrubbed through recently, I think that's even happening. I believe it's happened to the brother Garfield. Not to say that Garfield triggered any negativity, but I think a scholar that he interviewed or something. You know, I'm not totally in the know on that, so I don't want to speak on it. But that's what I kind of got from just peeping at a few clips of videos and stuff of some latest videos. Okay, Chief X Babylon smashing you. Just all right. I don't know. Y'all got a conversation going on. Kevin is chill. Yes, I have picked up the grammar book, so that's another thing. I have started working back on the grammar book, and I will be publishing a grammar book. All right, and that's my area of focus is the Egyptian writing system and its language, which includes its writing system and the grammar. And so I will be publishing the grammar book. I've picked it back up, and it's going to take me a while because I have to get myself reacquainted from where, you know, all of my thoughts and my notes and where I was when I left off. But my goal is to publish the book, and it's gonna supersede the beginner's book because it's gonna have all information in that one book. It's gonna have beginners level information and the more advanced, all the grammatical analysis and everything, all the tools and things that you need. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna be publishing that. I'm not even gonna pretend to give a date of completion. I did that to myself last time. So Safa, peace to the sister Safa, peace to everyone. What's going up in here? Jolanda, facts, the conscious committee wants to because it's source literally out of their own mouths. I'm just going through a couple of these comments, and I'm probably behind on the comments. Try to go through quickly. Well, you're right, there was and is an identity problem with black people. That is precisely why our conscious community was built, a search for black identity within the white supremacist system. There's definitely an identity crisis. I think people are trying to solve it in the wrong way, or people's frustration has clouded the job. which is fine. Scholars weren't showing their sources and made mistakes in their commentary. Weren't showing their sources. Okay, I don't know what that's all about. I'm over here to learn. Netcher does Kemet black, cow, divine, herd, complete shield, canal, riparian, arable, irrigatable, inhabitable, silt, land, people, which is black. He's over here to learn. So Babylon done. Yeah, again, just look through our archive. We answer a lot of those questions. Let's see. Immortal Truth. No one ever said African Americans are Egyptian. Immortal Truth. I don't know. You know, you said no one, but that's not true. Cause listen, I've been around for a long time. I mean, I've been dealing with this for a long time, and I've heard a lot of people claim that African Americans are descendants of ancient Egyptians. I've heard that myself, and I've argued with people about that. So I'm not. So when you say no one, that's not true. So you know, it'd probably be better for you to say you're not familiar with people saying that, but I am. It's not a popular claim, but it's definitely a claim. It's definitely a claim. They will even say subtly, another way that people say it is the ancient Egyptians are our ancestors. They'll say a phrase in that way. Ancient Egyptians are our ancestors. All right, but let me keep on going down. Donnie, Sonetter ain't no good for the record. Said exactly, Emmy Kid. Out the box, do not believe in Obinga's Negro Egyptian family. Tying it to Bantaland Lane. Yeah. Let me just say this. Like I said, everybody has an opinion, but there's opinions should be kind of weighted or graded, and a worthwhile opinion or an opinion that has value is different than somebody just have an opinion and they're coming out of the space of ignorance. And so when people who don't deal with linguistics and don't know the fundamentals of linguistics and its subdivisions and things and what the tools are necessary to come to some kind of conclusion and stuff, you really shouldn't take them to heart. You shouldn't take that person's opinion with any high value at all. Okay, so people who don't study linguistics and are not into that's not their thing. You know, of course they have a right to have an opinion, but I mean, those opinions are not really worth much. So I don't know why people give a lot of weight to that. We always say Kim means black as a descriptive term. To clarify that, if I understand you correctly, Immortal Truth, there is a word Kim, and we say this all the time. There is a word Kim in the ancient Egyptian language that would be equivalent to our English word black, the color black. I mean, I think everybody knows that. Jolanda, I was talking about your commentary. Okay, with Joe. All right. LAO comment. Never acquiesce to a false claim. Exactly. Never. When I was on the debate team and being taught by, expert debaters, I had a very, very, very good debate teacher, and a leader of the team and so on and so forth, coach. And that was one of the things that stuck out to this very day. He would say, never acquiesce to a faulty premise. That's what he would say. The exact words, never acquiesce to a faulty premise, because when you do acquiesce to a faulty premise, you will always be led to a faulty conclusion. Faulty premises lead to faulty conclusions. So never acquiesce to them. Never. All right. And that's something I live by. The moment somebody makes a claim or ask a question, you have to stop the conversation. You can't rush conversation. You have to stop and make sure that the question is structured and sound before you can even go on. to answer it. Or if a claim is made, you got to examine the claim. Don't go beyond that. Like, for example, if somebody asks me, does Kim mean black, for example, I can't answer that. I have to clarify their question, or I have to make them clarify their own question. I have to say which word Kim, because there are several words in the Egyptian language that we would pronounce Kim and spell it with two consonants, the K and the M, but they're different words. And so if somebody were just to ask me, well, does Kim mean black? I would say, which Kim? Show me the glyphs, and then you can go from there. And a lot of people can't draw the glyphs or have the tools to present them. So it's really hard to have those kind of conversations. But that's what you have to do. I'm just giving you an example. So if they meant, does Kim mean black, but they're reading a text where Kim means something other than black, but I answered him yes, then now I messed him up. I messed that person up. And now I'm responsible for his confusion. And as a teacher, I don't do that. I stay away from that. I avoid that. Like everybody else should, who really know how to teach. All right. Keep going. Ancient Egyptians were African and saw themselves as black divine cattle of Ra. The ancient Egyptians were African and saw themselves as the black divine cattle of Ra. All right, ancient history with Obi. I believe that's your name. I would definitely suggest that you watch videos on our channel, but let me just clarify that for those who are listening right now. The ancient Egyptians. Now let's go backwards in time to the time of the ancient Egyptians. All right, for a minute. The ancient Egyptians did not even have a mental concept of Africa in their psyche. So them being African only has meaning that their country and place of residence is on the continent of Africa. And by that sense, we say that they are African. Now, the other part, they saw themselves as black divine cattle of Ra. Let me clarify something for you. You may or may not know this, but the ancient Egyptians, and we have videos on this, so I'm just giving y'all breadcrumbs. The ancient Egyptians, whenever the ancient Egyptians wanted to contrast and compare themselves to anybody who was considered an other to them, who was not an ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptians always referred to themselves in those instances as the Remech. Okay? In all of the primary sources, whenever the ancient Egyptians compared themselves or wrote about themselves in comparison to any of their neighbors, north, south, east, or west, they referred to themselves as the Remech. And that name, Remech, semantically means the people, but it's rooted in a paronymic relationship to their cosmological worldview, that the deity Remi, and the word Remi comes from the verb, it means to cry, to tear up, to cry. And the noun or substantive of that verb is also Rem or Remi, and it means tears, the liquid tears that come out your eyes. That in their cosmological story or cosmogonical story, which is the generations of the cosmos, the ancient Egyptians figuratively saw themselves as the emanations of Ra coming from his tears. Therefore, they call themselves the emanations of Ra, or the Remech, the people that came from the tears of Ra when he cried, when his eye left him and it came back, and so on and so forth. This is found in the book of Knowing the Transformations of Ra and Overthrowing of Apep. That's what the ancient Egyptians called themselves as a collective. All right, so let's not get that twisted. Look up these videos on our channel. We go in on that topic. Show the primaries and everything. All right, so I just want you to understand that. The Remech. People need to start saying that. This whole word Kemet and Kemetiu is in terms of a word where the Egyptians identify themselves. I want y'all to know something. That this word Kemet that people are trying to apply as a term for the ancient Egyptians themselves, like, you know, spelled with the I6 glyph, which people say, some people say it's a crocodile's foot, some people say it's a charcoal, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure y'all know the glyph I'm talking about. I don't have it on the screen right now, but it's the Gardner code I6, if y'all are familiar with the Gardner codes. That glyph, and then you have a raised bread loaf, which is X1. Those two glyphs, and then you have the seated man and the woman. Then you have three strokes, the plural determinative. That particular arrangement of a word that people transliterate as Kemet and pronounce it as Kemet. I want y'all to understand that out of 3,000 years of known attested documentation that has been examined by scholars and digitized and so on and so forth, that's only found out of the thousands upon thousands and thousands of texts. It's only found 3 times. Or let me just say less than 5 times. All right, I just want to give y'all that little nugget right there. And people, but I'm saying it because people use it as if the Egyptians used it a lot. But if you look at the word Remech, every time that they talked about themselves in comparison as a people, in comparison to other people, they used the word Remech. They even used the word Rakit. They even like people say, you know, this the black divine cattle and cows and stuff like that. The Egyptians identified themselves not only as cattle, but that's not all they're known as cattle. And even that word cattle is not even the word Kemet in the actual text when they say that. Like if you look in the Book of Gates, where Heru is ushering in the flock or the cattle of Ra, it said that the word cattle is not the word Kemet in that text. We did a whole video on it. Check it out. But I'm saying that to say that people will say Kamau, Kemetiu, and stuff like that when I see people post about the Egyptians on Facebook, but they don't even know how that word is not used like that. So you should start calling them the Remech. All right, just do that. Call them the Remech. The ancient Egyptians would be proud of you if you did that. Stop disrespecting them. I'm going to keep on going down. The way Kemet mystics and scientists broke down to such extreme detail the sciences of human mind is extraordinary. Okay. Maybe we could talk about that in a future show. I watched both the Toponym and Nisby shows like 7 times since recorded. Yep, Kevin. So Kevin, maybe you could start. Maybe I'm gonna invite you, and maybe people need to hear from your mouth, like what you've learned from that. Maybe that's a good idea. I'm gonna set something up with you if you have the time and you don't mind. You know, maybe your take on those videos, you explain it. It would probably be a good thing to do that, so people don't have to hear from me all the time. I'm gonna keep on going down. So I think some of y'all having conversations with to each other. So I'm kind of skip that. I'm gonna skip that. I think Oklahoma is definitely putting links to some of these videos in the chat. Appreciate that. why does your Seshu logo have a black person, body, blue raised arms? You said blue raised arms, face turquoise covering eyes purple crying, face purple crying. Oh, it must be, I don't know, there's emojis or whatever. Basically, I guess you're asking me, why does my Seshu logo have a black person on there? Now that's interesting that you see the logo, and it's the logo you're talking about. I don't know how I can make that big on the screen. I can't take myself off of there, but anyway, on the logo, that you see that person as black. The fact that you're asking me why does the Seshu logo have a black person on there, that means that you're only, and I don't blame you, but you're visually looking at this picture through the lens of the modern social construct of race, just like a lot of people do. And people can't help it because this is the day and time we're living in, and this is how we categorize people. But that person that's in the logo is an ancient Egyptian as a remich and is a scribe. And this is in full agreement with the artistic expressions that the ancient Egyptians did in that day and time. All right, that was chosen. All right, so that's an ancient Egyptian there. Now if your opinion that person's a black person, whatever floats your boat. All right. Would y'all enemy cat? I will watch those videos. Okay, cool. Keep on going down. Who would have thought that Athribis would be so important right now? Yeah, even that went over people's heads. I'm gonna tell you, in 2019, Asar, myself, Sanjeti, we put together some essays literally overnight. And I'm gonna tell you, the reason why we even put that book together to publish it was that anytime you have a speaking engagement, whether it's a conference that you're speaking at, or even if you're debating, because I don't know if you all remember back when Sarah Sutton Seti and Young Pharaoh were challenging whether or not the hieroglyphic writing system has been deciphered or not. I don't know if y'all remember that, or if y'all go back that far to those crazy days. We wrote a book rebuttaling the person who influenced them to make those arguments, which was Walter Williams. And we wrote a book, and we had the book done and ready and published and available at the debate that was supposed to take place, but it never took place because they backed out at the last minute. But the reason for that is because when you're invited to a conference and speak among a panel of other speakers and stuff, your time is very limited. And pretty much you get 10, 15 minutes. Unless you're a keynote speaker, they give you longer. But usually you're given a little bit of time to kind of just briefly summarize something. And so what we decided to do, myself, Asar, and Sanjeti, we decided to, instead of just taking the 10 minutes or knowing that it was just 10 minutes, you can't really get a point across in any detail, especially stuff like this. We put together a quick essay and published it so that people can have something in their hand to walk away, study, and read. And that was the motivation behind us publishing that book in 2019. And because it was such a hot topic and everybody was trying to chime in on it, then, hey, it's like, all right, it's available to everybody. It's on Amazon and so on and so forth. People slept on the book. And the people who did get it, they got it to support, but they didn't really read it to take the information from it. And then those who tried to get it to hate and criticize, they purposely diverted everybody off of this hocus pocus claim, this TLA stuff. They had everybody focusing on the TLA stuff, saying that we plagiarized the TLA, and took everybody off of actually reading the book for the information. And I know this for a fact on both sides, because what I'm seeing now, a lot of these questions are answered in the book. So I know people ain't pay attention, or they just didn't get the book, or they got it and didn't comprehend it. And I'll be glad to, elaborate if somebody have questions about it, but you got to read it. Then on the other side, the whole TLA thing, you have people who try to contact the TLA people and try to get them to shut us down by saying we plagiarized the TLA, not knowing that we are in touch with the TLA people, have been. Like I told you all, nobody would even be dealing with the TLA if it weren't for us introducing it. And I have to say personally that Asar Imhotep introduced it to me a long time ago, and then we were using it before we were even engaging on all these different things with people that you're familiar with now. And we brought the TLA to the forefront. And we've been in touch with the TLA people, so much so that the claim that we plagiarized the TLA, the people, the TLA administrators, the people wrote us and said they see no problem in how we cited the TLA in our book. And on top of that, they told on the person who tried to get them to shut us down. So I know who tried to contact the person. That's why I don't have no respect for that person at all. And I'm not mentioning any names and stuff like that, because people like that, they get real sensitive and they start crying. They whine and start crying and stuff like that. And I'm not into that kind of stuff. We just keep it pushing. So much so that the TLA people contacted me and gave me a beta test access and version of their new TLA 2.0 platform. And myself and Emicat went through the beta versions and so on and so forth. So much so that Emicat even created a crash course on how to use it once they published it and made it public. TLA 2.0 platform. So I'm just telling y'all how things get crazy, and it's just so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be that way at all. Anyway, I'm trying to get down through it. I know I'm probably boring y'all now. I'm trying to go fast through these things. If I'm looking for comments that's directed towards me, but I know you all are having conversations among yourselves as well. Good luck, Wu. Most people aren't leaving the hope of the streets of gold and mansions out of space. Mahli, why is Asar comparing the Medew Netcher to Bantu languages? Why not? All right, so that's my question to you. Why not? If you want to know the answer to why, is because that's what linguists do. They compare languages, and to see what fruits come out, or what they can harvest when they see what they can reap in terms of them sowing that. You compare languages. Why not? I'm not sure. It's kind of like a silly question right there. Why is Asar comparing Medew Netcher with Bantu language? Yeah, that's kind of crazy right there. Was a mixed. Egypt was a mixed population, dark skin, Egyptian. Okay. Let me keep on going down. I'm just trying to get to anybody that's addressing me, or I guess Emicat. Sat 12. The Seshu is a brown object in Egyptian categorized as black or red. Sat 12. I would recommend that you. There's a book that I discussed in one of the videos, and I can't give you. I don't know the title of our video where we covered it, but there's a book on the base color terms and how the ancient Egyptians use them, how all ancient people use colors and things like that to categorize different things. And they weren't always a literal relationship to colors. And we do the exact same thing to this very day, where we'll use colors as a form of ontology, or to categorize different things. Like we'll use the color green and put everything under the category of the color green that deals with health, vegetation, freshness, rejuvenation, and things like that. Green. For intelligence and intellectual things, or even health, medical things, we'll use the color blue for stuff like that. And so in some ancient societies, they didn't have a term that would be equivalent to our spectrum of our color terms today. Okay, so I'll give you an example. There's a tribe in South America that now somebody can fact check me on this and keep me honest, because I'm going off of memory on top of my head. So I could have the term switched, but what I'm saying is true. That there's a tribe in particular tribe in South America where they either don't have a word for the color blue or a word for the color green. And everything that we would call blue and everything that we would call green, they call it the same thing. But it doesn't mean they don't have eyes and they can't see a distinction, or they can't see what we would call green and can't see what we would call blue. It's just in their psychology and how they map those things. They call both of those things that are two to us, it's one to them. So now I say all of that to say is that when you're talking about brown in the ancient Egyptian psyche and vocabulary, they lean towards the word desher or desheret when it came to what we call brown. Okay, so just to let you know that, for what we call brown. All right? Just want you to understand that. Let's see. Saying dark skin, light skin means nothing. Most all people vary skin tones. Yeah, the skin color is really a modern black problem. It is. I'm keep on going down. Sat 12. What is the meaning, in your opinion, of certain Egyptian government officials in the 6th dynasty attaching Kim at the end of their names, such as Pepion, Henny, Kim? Sat 12, again, we did a whole video on that. All right. So maybe somebody could find the video and post the link into the chat. We did a whole video on that. All right. Next one.
Oh yeah, I already did. I think he got it already.
Oh, you posted it? All right, so maybe they can go look at that. So Sat 12, if you watch the video, then you have a question afterwards, then by all means. All right. But we did those videos for a reason, and I think it would be unfair for people to ask us to explain that, again, in a very short period of time. And, like tonight, I'm really not here to do any of that. I'm just kind of just basically checking in with everybody. And I'm kind of being long-winded. I'm just going through the chats and everything. It says, outside the box, Smash often shows inscriptions direct off the walls or carefully copied versions. All right, so I could definitely tell Sat 12 is definitely a student of Smash. No love lost, man. Hey, knock yourself out. Another one. Do you think the Kim on their names is location reference? Okay, so you're having a conversation among yourselves. Robert Rand. Or at least make an attempt to get good feel for the language instead of saying that you don't need to read Netcher, make opinions that are based on your ignorance of subject matter. Okay, I'm not sure where the first half of that comment came from. But let me say this about the language. And I'm known for saying this for over a decade now. Anybody that's been associated with me in any form or fashion know that I say this all the time. That anybody talking about ancient Egypt, and beyond the admiration for it and the awe and wonder about Egypt, ancient Egypt, Anything beyond that, and you try to dive into scholarship or deeper studies, you have to approach Egypt through the doorway of the language. If you don't have a competency of at least the fundamentals of the language, then you're doing yourself a disservice. You're actually cutting your feet off, your own feet off, and you can't run with no feet. You have to approach any culture that you're not born in, any culture that is not your native culture. If you plan to study that culture, you have to do it by way of the language, because language is the recorder or the repository of the psyche of the people. If you want to understand the people and their culture, the way of life, what they did, how they did what they did, etc., you have to learn the language. You have to. I'm not alone in that statement. In fact, the intro clip that I played, Dr. Theophilo Benga, he says it. A lot of other people say it, and it's just absolutely true. It's wisdom. Okay, so don't, and on the flip side, don't allow people to speak authoritatively on any ancient culture if they don't have competency in the language of said culture. And I don't mean TLA you to death type of knowledge, so-called knowledge. I don't mean dictionary you to death. I'm talking about people who actually take time to learn the language. It's grammar. You don't know a language until you know its grammar. Okay? Any language teacher will tell you that. You cannot learn a language by way of a dictionary, because that just tells me you don't know what a dictionary is. English dictionaries are not the same as foreign language dictionaries. And let me just explain that to y'all real quick. In the English dictionary, when you open up an English dictionary, because it's all English, it's actually it's elaborating on the meaning of whatever word that you're looking up. So it's an explanation of the word, and it's in English. So the word is English and the explanation is in English. But when you pick up a foreign dictionary, this is why I don't like the term dictionary used for them, because it's misleading. It's a misnomer. A foreign language dictionary is really a semantic mapping. All they're doing is word substitution. There's really no definition there. So, for example, you'll look up the word in the Egyptian dictionary. You'll see the Egyptian word nisut. Nisut. Next to it, it will have king. That's just a word substitution, and that's their best guess to match the concept side of what's called a sign. And I explain all that in another video on what is a word. I think that's the title of the video. What is a word? And I break down the actual components of what makes a word, where you have the form and you have the meaning side, or the concept side, and you have the form. And so, and I do this all the time with the example of, in Spanish, you have the word casa. Okay, casa is C-A-S-A, spelled C-A-S-A. That's the form. Visually, it's spelled C-A-S-A. Vocally, I'm pronouncing it casa, right? Casa. That sounds nothing like the English word house. It's not spelled like the word house. It doesn't sound like the word house. But guess what? The totally different form house and the totally different form casa are equated to one another. Why and how is because on the concept side, they refer to the same thing, which is a cube-shaped building with a roof, door, windows, etc. A typical concept of a house. So in a Spanish English dictionary, you'll see the word Spanish word casa, and then next to it, you'll see the word English word house. But it doesn't explain it. It doesn't explain what a house actually is. Now, if you look up house in the English dictionary, it's going to elaborate and tell you what the house actually is. So y'all see the difference? So when people try to learn the Egyptian language by these so-called Egyptian dictionaries and they don't really learn the language, they're fooling themselves and they're doing a disservice to the people who follow them, all the groupies and all the fans and stuff like that. They're failing you. All right? There's no shortcuts to this. Ancient Egypt cannot be microwaved. All right? Cannot be microwaved. And that's what I've been doing for over a decade. I've been teaching the language forwards and backwards. The writing system and its morphology and syntax. All across the board. Okay? Just want everybody to know that. And I'm gonna advertise classes again. I want everybody to who's really interested in these kind of topics and stuff like that. If you are up to it, join the class. I'm gonna advertise, how you can join and stuff like that. It's gonna be an upcoming video. It's probably gonna be the next video we go live. We're just gonna talk about the importance of learning a language and how you can jump on board and learn. All right. And anybody who's already familiar, if you want a refresher or things like that, hey, you're more than welcome. All right, let's keep going through these comments. And I know I'm losing. Chief X, so you land low now? Oh, blast each other. Okay, yes, y'all having comments. So, I'm trying to find any comments towards me. Such a riparian zone can still relate to black because water saturation makes the dark gray soil look more black. Yes, Sat 12. A lot of your comments lets me know that you're not familiar with our videos. Okay, so I would just, again, respectfully ask you to just watch our videos because we go into a lot of all this stuff. Riparian zone, how and why black can be associated with wetness. We deal with all that stuff. Anything that's dark in color shows a sign that there is water present. And we go into that. The statement I just made, we go all into that stuff. If you take a bright red shirt, dry red shirt off your back, and you dip it in some water, soak it in some water, pull it back out the water, the shirt is a darker red than it was when it was dry. So there is a phenomenon that takes place to move from dryness to wetness. Visually, it moves from brighter to a darker spectrum. And we talk about all that stuff. We talk about how the sky is blue. Then when the sky gets dark, but yet still daytime, that means there's a presence of water and potential rain. And we talk about all that stuff. All right. So just want everybody to understand that. And by the way, toponyms, place names never refer to people. So this whole argument is a waste of time. It's literally bullshit. The entire conversation that people are arguing over, wasted 2 years of time, is really a waste of time. And it's unfair to you guys. But I know you guys are entertained by it and you welcome it. But from a intellectual perspective, from a scholar perspective, it is a complete and utter waste of time. No toponym on the planet Earth ever refers to people. All toponyms refer to places. Places. That's what the word toponym means. From the Greek word topos, which means place, and onym, which means name. It's a place name, not a people name. People name, you get into ethnonym. And then the various different forms. Endonymic ethnonyms and exonymic ethnonyms. And we have a whole video on all that stuff. All of this is a branch of onomastics, which is the study of names. I'm telling y'all, people are going to have to step up their research and step up your skills. Don't rely on people. You know, I'm trying to give people tools so that you could walk with the information and not sit back as a spectator on the sidelines and just depend and believe people and just go to whoever sounds nice, whoever you like and stuff, whoever looks the best, whoever sounds the best, whoever goes live the most and stuff like that. That's how this stuff is going. And that's terrible. That's terrible. You have to learn to do it, because here's the thing. I'm gonna point something out and ask the question I ask all the time. If you are ignorant of something, but you have a question, right? So you're curious about something, but you don't know much about it, right? A lot of us find ourselves in that position quite often, right? But now here's the thing. If you have to defer to an authority or an expert on that particular issue because you're not equipped to do it yourself. And that's fair, right? But here's where a problem can occur. Let's say you consult expert 1 or expert A on the topic, and expert A gives you an answer or an explanation, and you take it. Then you want to get a second expert's say so. So you go to expert B. Expert B's answer and explanation is different than expert A. So much so that expert B contradicts expert A. And here you are, you don't know enough, which is why you went to the experts in the first place. Where does that leave you? Now you're confused. Because this expert said this, but that expert said that. Now you're stuck. So what I advocate, and what I've advocated since the day I ever started sharing information and taught anything, is I advocate people to get your hands dirty and learn at least the fundamentals of whatever it is that you're trying to find out. That way you can use the tools of discernment to look at the work of expert A and look at the work of expert B and evaluate it based on your knowledge and level of discernment. That's what has to happen. And if you're not prepared to do that, then you're stuck. I can't, there's no help for you, because you're always going to go wherever the wind blows. If expert A is a black person and expert B is a white person, and you consider yourself black, you may be biased and lean towards the black expert and say, okay, they're right. Or if expert A talks loud enough and expert B is boring and don't have, the pizzazz and stuff like that, they're not sexy enough, you still may lean on expert A because of that. But expert A could be 100% wrong, and you won't know it. That's not scholarship. That's not how you investigate. That's not learning. That's not learning. That's no different. I'm gonna tell y'all, it's no different than NFL or NBA basketball teams. I'm sure all y'all in the I'm not sure about you, the sisters, but but I'm sure all the fellas in the chat can relate to this. We all have that basketball team that we love, or that football team that we love. For me, I'm from DC, born and raised. So Washington Redskins, that's my team. That was my team. I don't even watch football anymore. But that was my team all day, every day. I could tell you the stats on the players, everybody. But I'll be telling my age. I go back to the Hogs, John Riggins and Joe Washington and all that stuff, right? But anyway, the Dallas Cowboys have always been the rival team to the Washington Redskins. And it's coincidence that the name, Cowboys and Indians, because Washington Redskins represent Indians and Cowboys represent Cowboys and Cowboys and Indians. But that was a rivalry, right? So in D.C., so here I am, I'm a Washington Redskins fan, but there's some people in D.C., some of my friends, they were Dallas Cowboy fans. Now look, even when the Redskins won the Super Bowl, and when you win a Super Bowl, you basically proven to the league, at least for that season, that you're the best team. So the Redskins winning the Super Bowl, did that change the Dallas Cowboy fans? And now all of a sudden they leaving being a fan of Cowboys. Now they rolling with their skins? No. They still love Dallas Cowboys. So they don't. So the merit or the requirement for them to love a team was not based on the superiority of the play for that season. It was just the fact that they liked the Dallas Cowboys. So this is what happens in the so-called adversarial community, the short bus community, conflict community that y'all call the conscious community. This is what people are doing. They're riding the jock of this person or that person on different channels, not on the basis, on the merits of the progress of information and discernment, but it's based on just who you like. I see the emojis in the chats, like when I watch these videos the past few days. You know how you can see the chat playback too. I'm looking at the emojis, people putting arrows up, people putting daggers here. All you're doing is set tripping. Set tripping. It doesn't even matter if the person's 1,000% wrong. You still gonna roll with the person. No different than how people do NFL teams and basketball teams or players or whatever the case is. That's not scholarship, y'all. That's not the educational environment. In education, science is the realm of evidence. Math is the realm of logic. Together, science and math provides you the tools necessary to discern if something is what it is. That should be the criteria of where to follow. You're supposed to follow the truth wherever it goes. The truth don't care about how you feel or who you like or who you dislike or what side of the bed you woke up on. It doesn't. That's how you should approach it. Scientifically, mathematically, together. Mathematically, if I could make up a word. If y'all will allow me to make up a word, I'm going to coin that word. Mathematically. Combine math and science together. Mathsness. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to make up a word. But that's the point. We have to look at things that way and get off this set tripping and stuff. Seriously. I mean, y'all could do that. I'm not with that. So I'm just letting y'all know. Don't count me in on that stuff. If y'all want to learn and you want to move in progress and stuff like that, I'm your guy. I'm your guy. I'm not for the shenanigans. Don't involve me. Don't expect me to get involved with that. And I'm not saying this I think I'm better in that sense than anybody else or whatever the case is. I got my eyes and my path is in a certain direction. And I got a lot of empty seats next to me. If y'all want to jump in and ride with me, yeah, people are more than welcome. That's it. You could jump on, jump off anytime you want to. It's, nobody gonna hold you hostage either. Let's see. I'm still trying to go through this. Sorry, y'all. I'll go on my little soapbox. We've covered numerous videos on the channel. Okay. They're going through. Yeah, LA, Oklahoma is doing it up. He's providing y'all some links. Smash gave women pushback on the word commit. Ridiculous when the example was on TGE screen when they talk. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. There you go. Would y'all answer you, but we've explained it. Okay. I'm trying to keep on going. Sorry, let me try to speed this up, y'all. Sesh, a lot of people are unaware that Ramses III, Book of Gates, the glyphs are all in traditional order. However, unlike other tombs, the Asiatic and Libyan figures are in switched positions. Sat 12 again. All of your comments so far, it informs me that you're just unfamiliar with our videos, because we have a video where we talk about the tomb of Ramses the third. We talk about that. We talk about in the text, the order is the same. It's consistent all the time, every time. But visually in that particular tomb, they did not switch the order. It's just that the Nehisiu and the Remage, they are alike in that particular tomb. All right. So just for clarify, so your comment is not quite correct. The text order is correct, and even the names next to the figures are actually correct and consistent with all the other tombs. It's just that visually the Nehisiu and the Remage look alike. All right. But in that particular time period, they actually depicted the Chehinu a little differently than the other tombs. That's all. All right. So want to make sure that is clear, but we have a whole video on that. A lot of things that anybody could bring up, we have a video on. You know how, remember when the iPhone and apps came out and there was commercials going on, and the joke was, there's an app for that. There's an app for that. No matter what you said, there's an app for that. Well, we can actually say to pretty much all these different questions and concerns, we can literally say that there's a video for that. We've done a video for that. We've done a video for that. Love the topic. It's needed. You and Asar are really good at deciphering through all the rhetoric. Those days were awesome. All right, appreciate that. Well, we're here. I'm here. So I'm here. I'm here. Listen, and notice that I'm not saying I'm back or we're back, because I don't want anybody to get it twisted to think that we're coming back into the mess or anything. We're here, and we're not with the shenanigans. We're not with the BS. Okay, I'm not with the BS at all. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it, and I think it's garbage. I think it's disgusting. It really is. And if that offends anybody, it just is what it is. You know, you don't have to like it. That's it. We just, I respect people's difference of opinion and just keep it pushing. That's it. Explain why RTCH is said Remage. They are confused about this too, even though I brought up. Yeah, so Babylon Done, we did a video on that. The word is actually Remage. The owl is usually omitted because of the style and the space that the scribes used to write that word most of the time. So it became a standard to omit the owl, so people don't see the owl. But there are actual primary sources of attestations with the owl, which represents the M, or the half blunt, which is, and I don't mean blunt as in smoking weed, but a half blunt that they call it, that's used also for the M, as in Mary, that's there. All right, so we know that word is Remech. All right, but we have a whole video on that. Let me see. Keep on going down. Keep on going down. Monica Land. Hold up. Miss Dr. Molan. If that's Monica Land, boy, I'm telling y'all, that is the hardest working person I know in this, what y'all call a conscious community. I don't know if she identifies herself with the conscious community, so I'm not even going to put that on her, because I don't want y'all to do that to me. I don't want y'all to do that to me. So, but if that's Monica Lamb, boy, I'm telling you, y'all need to get with Monica Lamb. She works hard, boy. You want her on your team. I don't care what you're doing.
Yep.
You want her on your team. I don't care what you're doing. If you going grocery shopping, call Monica Lamb and get her on your team. Yep. I'm gonna have to come to South Carolina, Mo. If that's you, and if you still out there, take a trip, do a meetup. Maybe have a class out there. Maybe some people. I don't know if you know some people out there near you, and people wanna discuss something or whatever. Let me know, cause I'm trying to enjoy this spring and summer. Take some trips. Sean, same for you. If you still out there in Tennessee, I'm traveling. Jolanda, I'm definitely coming to Florida. So hook it up. Hook it up. We get together, have a powwow. Nothing fancy. Don't I'm not with the fancy stuff, like I said. But if you know some people, get a circle, get some time, block out a time and whatnot. Yeah, let's make some stuff like that happen. We gotta start meeting in person. That's another thing. This internet stuff made things impersonal. People just talk trash to each other and stuff, disrespectful. Like, it's crazy. I'm seeing 50-year-olds and older, 40 and 50-year-olds. I'm too old for that. I'm gonna tell y'all, I turned 53 this year. 53. I'm 53 years old. And it's crazy because when I say it, it sounds weird. It's like, I don't even say it, but I say it to say that when I was younger and I looked at the people around me who were in their 50s, even 40s, I don't remember ever seeing 40 and 50-year-olds act the way that today's 40 and 50-year-olds act. It could just be me. I don't know. Maybe I'm old fashioned, or I grew up. I don't know. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm born and raised in D.C., so I would expect that I'm in the mix. I wasn't born in some little rinky-dink suburb, like in the country somewhere. I was born in the heart, thick of it. Northwest D.C. Shout out to D.C. Shout out to Go-Go Music. Yes, indeed. D.C. Chocolate City. I don't know if it's chocolate anymore, but shout out to my D.C. DMV, Baltimore. If you're from Baltimore, shout out. I know Shefford. I'm not sure if Shefford in here or was in here. All right. Let me keep going. Smash says, forget Kemet to you and agrees with Sonoran who disagrees with DIO. Y'all still talking about that. Sean P. Shaw should be comparing it to Bantu languages. Of course. Keep on going. Egyptian to Bantu show cognizance is our favorite word. Yeah. Sean P. to Seshu, are you going to do a presentation in the future or demonstration on the said subject according to some of the stuff you heard? No, I'm not. I'm just going to. The best that I will do is I'm going to organize our videos and give the timestamps for them so that people can go to stuff that we already covered, because it's really unfair for people to want me to explain stuff that I explained 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 4 years ago. Thoroughly now, not just in passing, like I'm just talking right now. I'm talking about pulling up stuff, whiteboard, explaining stuff, breaking it down in order and structure and everything. It would just be unfair. So I'm just pointing people to the videos, and people are just gonna have to do it. They're just gonna have to do it. All right, I'm keep on going down. Yeah, I see y'all having MC Iron Lung. Yeah, I'm definitely MC Iron Lung. That's not gonna stop. I'm MC Iron Lung. I will take that epithet. Seshu, can you name 2 to 3 of the top Egyptian language experts in the world, in your opinion? The top 3 language experts, in my opinion, for the Egyptian language, I would say, well, first, I'm assuming you mean alive, that are living. Even though you didn't say it, I'm going to assume that's what you mean. I would say, well, put it this way, among scholarship, among scholastic environments, I will say that a go-to book for the language when it is taught and all that good stuff is James P. Allen is definitely one of the go-to uh, people when it comes to the language. And I'm speaking about people who are alive. And then you have Hotch or Hawk, James Hotch or Hawk, that are actively, are sought after when it comes to the language and everything. And that's because they have done updated grammar materials and things like that. And James P. Allen, even though I think he's retired as a professor, I believe, but he still actively publishes and stuff of those. And now that's for English. Now in other languages, though, you still have, uh, I believe the last name of this person is Nord. He's out of Scandinavia somewhere. Maybe Emicat can correct me if I'm wrong.
Say it again. I didn't hear you. I was about to type something.
Oh, the Njord or Nord.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Danish. Yeah. It's Rune New York. New York.
Okay, there you go. All right, so that's he's sought after in among his peer, among there, but it's not in English. And then you have some French. So that would be I mean, and then of course our very own Dr. Riketti Amen as well, who is my teacher. So, and I don't know if everybody knows that, but you should, because I every chance I get, I always give Dr. Riketti Amen her flowers and big her up and everything like that. Dr. Riketti Amen. And I'm not sure if y'all know this either, but Dr. Riketti Amen, in her beginners level classes, she actually has been utilizing my beginners book for all of her students for years now. I published it in 2015, and she's been using it ever since for her beginners level students in the classes. All right, and she is actually a PhD holder, and et cetera, et cetera. So for those who need that, let me keep on going down. Okay, I'm only arguing against the black bull only being reserved for the king and not the population. All right, y'all still talking about the black bull. Smash make mistakes and improperly relying on the TLA, etc., etc. Word meaning sign. I'm keep going down. Mika Wu is the same old person. He definitely didn't change. Exactly. That's one thing. I'm a very consistent person. I'm a very consistent. You don't see me flip flopping. I've seen a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people flip flop. I've seen a lot of people go whichever way the wind blows. People will side with anybody that they're friends with at any particular time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend type of stuff. These are just bad characteristics. That I don't. I try to stay one myself. Stay away from. Being and then people around me. I just don't like that. I don't like flip floppers. 1 minute people are praising Egypt and got Egyptian names and stuff like that. Next thing you know, they don't want to be called by the Egyptian name. They start whipping out their English name and hating on Egypt, only to turn back to Egypt again just to argue against somebody else and stuff like that. I mean, I can't keep up with that. To me, that's just some crazy childish stuff.
Yeah, and not only that, actually, one of the things which is a telltale of people who are just not there to actually learn or even teach properly is that they're not consistent with their scholarship. Like notice whatever you say, because there's difference between flip flopping and adjusting yourself to facts as evidences come along. So you got people who are just like, the arguments keep changing, especially around this topic of blackness and whatnot. Like if you go through their videos 2 years, and you will see like the arguments change every time y'all teach them something. So the argument started at point A, and then and their stance was A, and then by the time they're like 2 years down the line after engaging with y'all, now they have a different argument and things like that. So they're never really consistent. That's one thing that I don't know if people actually notice a lot, that those people change with the wind.
Say cool, peace to you. He says, I am looking for primaries where Kemet refers to the soil of the Nile and not the country. All right. Maybe in the future I will, if I understand your what you're saying, but let me comment about what you're saying first to clarify. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page with this. Okay. Everyone by now, and we, like I said, we have videos for all this stuff, and I it just feels funny. I cringe because I'm repeating myself so many times about certain things, and I don't mind on certain things. Other times I may mind because I think people are doing it for other reasons. But everybody needs to understand that the Arab Republic of Egypt that we know today, that's what it's called today, right? In English, that's how we would say Arab Republic of Egypt. Ancient Egypt, which is generally the same geographical boundaries and territory that it is today, right? As it stands today, that area of geography was called Tawi for a very long time, and Tawi is a masculine plural toponym. It refers to what the Egyptians saw as two different types of land. One type of land was barren and did not have readily access to water. They referred to that type of land as Desheret. All right. The other type of land was the land where many of the animals and humans lived, dwelled, and thrived, which was close, hugged up against the river, the Nile River, Iteru in the language, which means river, or Happy Iteru in its more longer name. That particular river provided an environment that gave a different type of land. All right. So now I want y'all to picture this, and I've been over this so many times. Imagine a dichotomy of inside versus outside. Inside versus outside. Okay. The inside, which is close to the river. So let's say the river is in the middle. Close to the river is inside. That particular area was different than the outside of that, which was barren, more barren, dry, and desert-like. So that's your duality right there. That's your number two. Then you had those are observable and experienced differences that the Egyptians went through. They physically observed and experienced different types of land. The further away from the river that you get, the drier it is, and it's different. The closer you get to the river, the environment changed. Okay, so that's your two-step dichotomy right there. Now, there's another dichotomy that went on in Egypt in that same area. It's an upward and down dichotomy, north and south. And that was observed and experienced by the people as well. Now, what did they observe and experience? They observe and experience the narrowing of the habitable zones in the south. And as you move up towards the north, towards the Mediterranean Sea, that narrowness started to broaden and broaden and broaden. Today we call that the delta, and it fans out in a V shape or triangle, which is what the word delta, why it's called a delta. Okay, so that provided a different environment. They noticed these things. So the north of ancient Egypt was called the region that is low, hence the word Ta-mehu. Ta meaning region, mehu meaning that which is low or at the foot of something. Low. All right, submerged is another synonym. Why? Because that's at sea level. As you travel from the north and you go down in the southward direction, you're going upstream because the Nile flows in a northern direction. But as you go upstream or you're going south, everything gets narrower and narrower and narrower in terms of the habitable portions, the prime real estate. They called that area Ta-Shema'u. So you have these two sets of dichotomy, Ta-Mehu and Ta-Shema'u, hence Ta-We, the two lands. Then you have the left and right dichotomy, the inward fertile area, and then the outward infertile area. Kemet versus Desheret. I can't make it any more plain and simple than that. Kemet inside, Desheret outskirts. Ta-Mehu upper or lower Egypt, lower in the sense of sea level, but it's in the north. And then Ta-Shema'u in the south for its narrowness. Those are your two sets of dichotomy. Hence, they called the whole area Tawi, the two regions. And they were united, and so they called it Sama Tawi, the united two regions. The emblems was the red crown and the white crown, respectively. The king wore them both, etc., etc. Y'all see on the Namir's palette, one side he has one crown, the other side he has the other crown, etc., etc., etc. All right. Now, when it comes to the 11th dynasty, in the 11th dynasty, the entire possession of the ancient Egyptians, aka the Remech, they started to call the entire possession, what they possessed, Kemet. And the reason, one of the reasons why they did that is because in the 11th dynasty, all of the settlements, all of the towns and settlements and the amalgamations of people, they all lived inside of the Kemet portion of their territory, which was close to the river. If you ever pull up a map of ancient Egypt, look at where all the 42 nomes are. Just take a note of where they are in relationship to the river. They're all next to the river. Nobody lived out there in the desert. The people who lived out in the desert, they were military or exploratory miners and things like that. The majority of the population lived in the zone that was close to the river. I want everybody to understand that. And so when they wrote about their homeland, they called it Kemet because when you leave and you come back, you're coming back to the inner parts, the Khenu, the inside of their territory. And the inside was Kemet. And they called the whole country Kemet at that particular point and moving forward in time. So I want everybody to understand that. I'm not showing any visuals or anything like that, but I hope people are hearing. And this is made very, very, very clear, very simple. Very simple. Now, Sekou, to your question, you're looking for primaries where Kemet refers to the soil of the Nile and not the country. I don't know if what you're looking for can be provided. If you're strictly looking for where the word Kemet as a referring to the soil and whatnot, then unless if you're talking about, because this is where you would have to actually show which word you're talking about, because the place name Kemet, in terms of the toponym, is talking about the country. It's talking about the country. The place name Kemet with the toponymic classifier, aka determinative, the 049 or the water channel glyph, etc., or the tongue of land and stuff like that, those are toponymic determinatives or classifiers, and those are talking about places in terms of the country. All right, so if you wanna see the word Kemet ever applied to the mud or the soil or something like that, then maybe I'll get with you and I'll help you out there. But I think you're talking about two different things. I mean, I think we're talking about two different things. All right, so hopefully that kind of help you out on that. But I hope that people understand what I just said about that those two sets of dichotomy, those contrasts. All right, and I did a whole video on this, so I'm kind of repeating myself. Not kind of, I am repeating myself. I'm gonna keep going down. I'm gonna try to keep going down. See if anybody else had another question or anything. Bantu Knots Radio. Imagine Fred Sanford Grady and Bubba having a religious conversation. That's how I feel about many of the conscious community debaters. That's funny. That is funny. You're telling your age, but whoever that is, you watch Sanford or Son, boy. You're a Sanford or Son fan. You definitely telling your age. I'm right there with you though. Brooklyn Magic. I think that's a real thing. I think there's a real thing. I think some magic up there in New York. I don't know if it's the water or what. Yes, I agree. It's a tool. Okay. Y'all talking about something different. Oh, somebody asked, have I ever, I meant to show that. Have I ever translated, I lost the comment, but somebody asked, have I ever translated an Egyptian text that was never translated before? And actually, I don't know that I have. I honestly don't know, because in all the time that I've been dealing with Egypt and the language and stuff like that, there was a point where I would just translate things that I saw, and I'm not even sure if it was translated somewhere else. I would just get very good, high quality pictures of primary text, even in hieratic. Because I used to transcribe hieratic into the glyphs and then go from there and stuff like that. So some of the things that I used to deal with, I'm not even sure if all of it was, if there's a translation available out there and stuff. But I didn't keep track of stuff like that. So I actually don't know. Whoever asked that question, I don't know. But I can say this. If that's an interest of yours, or if anybody were to make that a focus, then you have your work cut out, for the simple fact that to find stuff like that, you have to get access to stuff like that. And most of the things that are publicly accessible, that's available, out here in the public and stuff, they have been touched. They have been, translated, transcribed before somewhere. You know, whether it's the French school of Egyptology, the German school, Italian school, et cetera, somewhere, somehow. Usually they've been translated somewhere. Attempts have been made somewhere. All right, so you're gonna kind of be hard pressed to have access to things that just been untouched in terms of translations. I'm not saying they don't exist, because they do, but that's gonna be a job. That's a task. Not that the translation itself is hard, but just getting access to them and knowing that nobody else has messed with them. Let's see. Sesh, I watched the SARS video. He showed the dark gray soil dry, which you could call black, and when wet, even blacker. Thus, Kemet might still refer to black colored soil, even as riparian, in my view. Again, Sat12, if you watch our video about Kemet as a riparian land, riparian country and stuff like that, I explain all of that in great detail. Great detail. All right. Great detail.
We've got a video for that.
Yep, we got a video for that. So Sat 12, you may be surprised that like I said, I know for a fact that you're not very familiar with our videos and stuff like that, but you're going to be surprised that if you watch our videos, you probably agree with most of the things that you're going to see and hear in our videos. Or at least you appreciate it because of what's shared. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna keep going down. Down. And I know it's late. This is a long video, but it's good. It's good that I'm making sure that I still know how to use these live streaming tools and stuff like that. Couple things. Y'all having definitely a good time having a conversation among yourselves. Okay, Obi, ancient history with Obi, Sean, Kemet. Here you go. Okay, I'm not sure what that's all about. Yeah, again, I'm telling y'all, I'm opening up classes. And I'm gonna expect quite a few people to chime in and join in on the class. Just period. I'm trying to help people. I want to give people the tools so that you can actually learn how the language works, because I'm seeing so many people really make mistakes, and and I understand why they're making mistakes and things like that. But it's really no excuse anymore, because people should take the time out. Seshu, Nahisi, and Remich aside, at Ramses the third B of G glyphs are in order, but the illustrations of an Asiatic and Libyan side headlight ground are switched position. It's an artesian error. I don't say anything different. If you're talking about visually, because remember what I said, visually, the Remich and Nahisu are also, and it sticks out. It's an anomaly, so to speak, because they are alike. Nowhere else is it like that, but only in Ramses III tomb. But the Book of Gates is illustrated in several tombs. If you compare all the tombs, only Ramses III has this little glitch in the matrix. The text is on point. Even the captions for the bigger vignettes in the tomb are all wise and exact and correct. But it's the illustration of the depictions of the actual groupings that are questionable or people have questions about it. So I'm not sure if you think I'm disagreeing or like I don't know about that or whatever the case is. But we did a video on it. Sheffrin, be more Sheffrin. Shout out to Sheffrin. Shout out to Go-Go Music in D.C. I don't know if Sheffrin's down with Go-Go Music because, you know, Baltimore be funny about some things. In D.C., they got a little different set. Okay, it's a whole Abu community in Florida. Okay, y'all have y'all definitely your own conversation. Ancient, it says, can you tell me how to say black herd? That's all I was asking. Okay, black herd. All right. Some people are having conversations that have nothing to do with me. I am skipping on down the line. Yeah, if y'all have a comment towards me, you know, try to add the Seshu or something so I can see it, because I'm trying to catch up to the current. I know I'm behind. Wu is out of patience on the subject, family. Yep, definitely, Sean. You definitely right about that. No, but you know what? It's not that I'm out of patience. It's just very, very disappointing, and everything that I have to say about the topic, I've already said. And so that's the frustrating part, that I just, people did not appreciate and they took for granted all the things that we were doing 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Because I'm watching clips of videos of people arguing either for or against each other, you know, arguing with each other outside of me. I'm not even involved. I've been gone for almost 2 years off the social media, but people are arguing with each other about things that I know I've talked about several times in the past that they should have paid attention to. Then they wouldn't be arguing about this stuff. Just wouldn't be arguing about this stuff at all. They really, really wouldn't be arguing about this stuff. And by now, everybody around me should have a fundamental understanding of the glyphs. If they just took the class, I offered to give the class for free with the people, you know, the people around me and stuff like that. Like, you know, gotta step it up, and they gotta do it. Okay, Sheffrin said, Woo, please don't mess this up. I'm not sure what that means. And we got the community of skeptics. He's going to mess it up. There's no way that I'm going to mess it up. I mean, maybe y'all not talking about me. Y'all talking about somebody else. Can't be talking about me. And plus, like I said, I'm catching up, so I don't know what comments y'all talking about or anything like that. Emiket, seriously, that is not what Wujao believes. I don't know. Like, I'm here. Like, if y'all want to know what I believe on something, if it's in the video I did before, I'm gonna point you to it. If it's not, I'll tell you right here, right now. Wujao runs from nothing and no one. I will pull up on the issue at 90 miles an hour. Let's see. So I'm trying to catch up, y'all. So I don't know what those comments as far as me mess it up or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's when I was explaining the dichotomy issue. If you all don't understand what I said, like I said, everything I just said about the dichotomy, the contrast of the inner and outer and the upper and lower. If y'all don't understand that, I explained it very thoroughly in a few videos on our channel. I was trying to give y'all just a basic, simple explanation of that reality for the ancient Egyptians. All right, that was their world. Remember, the ancient Egyptians saw themselves in the center, And they always looked at their world in terms of cardinal points. You have Iabet in the east, Resi in the south, you have Mehu in the north, and Amenet or Amenetit Tit in the west on the right hand side. That's how they were orientated. The east was on their left. The word Iabet is the word for east, as in a cardinal direction, but it's also their word for the left hand or the left side of something. Amenet or Ament is the word for right side, and it's also the word for west as a cardinal point. Resi is the word for head, but it's also the word for south as a cardinal point. Mehu is the word for a word for foot, that which is low or submerged, and it's also their word for the cardinal point north. So the Egyptians saw themselves in the center of it all. And there are many things in Egyptian culture that would provide people who actually take time to study and get their heads out of the dictionary and study the culture. They would know and understand these are reinforced and confirmed time and time again. For example, the 4 sons of Heru that people know. On one hand, they represent the 4 canopic jars where the body parts of the deceased are placed into. You have the lungs, the intestine, etc., etc. Also, the 4 sons of Heru represent the 4 cardinal points. And there's certain texts that will illuminate that. Then, on top of that, you have a ceremony which is called driving the 4 calves, that a lot of people like to showcase this particular scene, driving the 4 calves, where you have the calves or the bovines. They have color terms next to them. You have Hedge, you have Waj, you have Kim, you have Desheret. They're tied to a rope which the king is holding, and that's a whole entire ceremony that deals with the ascension of the king to their throne, and it's to show the 4 cardinal points being under the domain of the king, therefore under the domain of the various different Netcheru, etc., etc. Then you have the 4 chests called the Merit chest or the Merit chest that are dragged in a ceremony, a ritual, where they're dragged, and it's 4 in number, representing the 4 cardinal points, talking about the dominion. Because remember, one of the many kings' responsibility in Egypt was to enliven its people, which is the word sa'unk, enliven the people, but also to protect the people and also keep the nation in a state of ma'at against Isfet. And so the king would demonstrate these things ritually and figuratively with these different rituals and ceremonies and stuff like that at periods of time in their rule, or when they took the throne, they ascended to the throne and things like that. So people are going to have to understand these 4 cardinal points are also represented by colors. And I'm going to give you an example that more of you may be familiar with. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the 9 bows. The 9 bows. Pasejet. Okay? These 9 bows all throughout ancient Egypt's history are generally known as the enemies of the state. Okay, the 9 bows are enemies of the state being Tawi or Kemet, etc., the country. And these 9 bows represent 9 groups of people. Those 9 bows or 9 groups of people were not a constant static list of the same people throughout Egypt's history. The list of 9 changed in different eras of time in Egypt's history. I say that to say that same thing happened with the 4 cardinal points in Egypt's history, representing 4 different major groups of people. Some that you may be familiar with, the cardinal point south is represented by the people called the Nehesiyu. People like to misnomer them Nubians. Throw that word in the trash. Call them what they are. Call them what they call themselves, the Nehesiyu. Because Nubian causes a whole big problem. And I've done a whole video on that. They represented the South. The West was represented by the Chehinu or the Chemehu. We call them Libyans. Call them what they call themselves. Call them what the Egyptians call them. We could talk. If we could say Libyan, we could say Chehinu. We got teeth and tongue in our mouth. If we can pronounce that, so we might as well call them what they called themselves, or what the Egyptians called them at the very least. The Chehinu. They were represented by the West. Then the East, at a specific point, was represented by what they called the Amu, the nomadic sand dwellers. The Asiatics, as people like to call them. The Amu. Then you have the Sechet, or Sesh, Sechet. And you have different people at different eras of time to represent the four corners. You have the Sea Peoples at certain times. You have the Sashu at certain times that took place of the Amu for the East, and so on and so forth. Then the Egyptians drilled down and actually named the ethnonyms of certain people, the Wawet, the Irchet people, the Magi, etc., etc. So I did a whole explanation on all this stuff. I'm only saying these things because I just want people to understand that it takes more than spending hours and hours, video after video, with people's heads stuck in the TLA or stuck in these Egyptian dictionaries. You got to learn the language. You got to broaden and learn more of the cultural context for which these things emerge out of, because a lot of things in Egypt connect to one another. There's very, very, very rarely that you'll find something in isolation in Egypt. Cultures don't work like that. You're not going to find a single thing over here and then nowhere else and don't connect to nothing else in the culture. Everything connects to something else in the culture. That should be a starting point. If you find something that's unconnected to anything else, then consider yourself lost. Let's see. I'm sorry. I took a break on that. Are the Egyptologists wrong on the subject? You got to be more specific, because I have no idea what subject you're talking about or what Egyptologist. I could tell you Diop was wrong on the subject. I could start there. But yeah, you're going to have to double back on that. The one that's been on lately. Oh, okay. So you must be talking about, yeah, see, I haven't watched. See, I there's no way I could sit back and watch. I've been gone for almost 2 years, over a year and a half, and I can't watch all the videos. People been blowing up my inbox, sending me questions and, making statements and sending me links to videos, but I can't watch all of them. So what I can say on the ones that I've watched is it's funny to me, because the Egyptologists that I've seen that's being brought on some of these channels, they're saying the same thing that I've been saying for years. There's literally one lady, I don't remember her name, but it was a female scholar that was brought on one of the channels, and it's a blur to me because, like I said, I'm trying to catch up, but I don't have time to watch all these different videos. But it's literally one of these female scholars that came on one of the channels. I believe it was Garfield. I want to say it was Garfield's channel, but I'm not sure. She was literally saying the same thing that I've been saying the whole time when she was asked about Kemet and the Nile Valley. Like she was trying to explain the valley part, and it's called a valley, and this and that, and where everybody lived and everything and stuff like that. So as far as I can see, the Egyptologists that people are interviewing now are agreeing with what we have been, well, I'm gonna speak for myself, what I have been saying for years. And it's funny to me because people need to talk to those Egyptologists just to confirm the things I was saying, but they never consulted me on that level when I said those things. Like, people didn't pay attention and have those kind of discussions with me. because people didn't pay attention. They didn't read. Everybody, skipped over the video, skipped over the anything that was written. 2019, the essay where I broke down these different things, I'm seeing these experts say the same thing. I guarantee you, if you send these experts or scholars or whatever, Egyptologists, even just the essay book, chapter 2 is mine. Matter of fact, I'll break out chapter 2. I'll break that part out. You send them what I said in chapter 2. I will bet your house, your car, all your possessions that those Egyptologists will agree with everything I have in there. All right. So hopefully that kind of answers that. But other than that, I haven't watched everything. So I have to say that. I have to say I haven't watched everything. I'm limited on watching all the videos. Explain how Egyptian worldview seen from laying down head feet. Yeah, we have a video on that, Babylon Done. We talked about the whole Egyptian orientation. Maybe, okay, so I'm going down. I'm trying to catch up. Let me keep going. I got some awesome primaries to practice with. Okay, from Egypt. Yeah, matter of fact, Kevin, I know Kevin went to Egypt recently. I hope he took a lot of pictures. That's Kevin MC Chill, y'all. I'm going to try to get some pictures from him. I have a personal teacher that's going to teach me the glyphs. I need to stay focused. I have a personal teacher, okay, that's going to teach me. All right, well, that's good. That's good, Mika. That's definitely in the right direction. Sheffrin, we got all the hell food out of us for sure. Okay, I don't know. Hold on. You took my next classes and ain't help us with Juju, they gonna get on you. Sheffrin, that's why I don't subscribe to Black Egypt. All right. Tag with y'all. Okay. Easy. Oh yeah. All right, I'm going down. I'm trying to catch up, y'all. We were talking about you. Okay. Wait. Chef, I'm not sure if you. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up, so I'm a little out of sync with the comments. I don't know if you're talking about me. Seshu, are the explanations that the Egyptologists have been given lately good on the subject? Yes, I think I covered this already. Like I said, I haven't seen all the videos, but from what I've seen, and I can't, I'm not pulling them up to say which portion, but in general, what I haven't seen them all, but the clips that I saw, these Egyptologists that are coming on these channels, they're saying the same thing that I've been saying. So I hope that answers your question. Other than that, I don't know. That Egypt, and y'all have to remember, Egypt saw everything in twos. Like everything boils down to a two tier system. It was twos. Two. Remember when Egypt united, the unification of Egypt did not take away the duality. And they made an intentional point to embed that in the culture by calling their possession Tawi. They could have called it Ta. And if y'all don't know, Ta is the masculine singular for the masculine dual Tawi. Tawi is two lands or two regions. They called their country two. So they called their country two things. Yet united under one. So even though they had a unification or a sense of oneness, they always kept the duality. Egypt was also called Edebwi. I repeat, Edebwi. I'll go over this in videos before, and I'm not going to pull it up right now, but just remember this word, Edebwi. Egypt is called Edebwi at points in time. Edebwi is a plural as well. A dual as well. It means the two river banks. because the Nile was the lifeline of the civilization. No river, no Egypt. I want y'all to repeat that. No Nile, no Egypt. No river, no Egypt. Egypt would never exist if it wasn't for that river. The river was all that in a bag of chips. Everything revolved around that river. Okay, I'm trying to go. Sesh Community of Skeptics, brother Unc, founder Armor Scar. Okay, so that's Unc. Well, I don't know if I can call him Unc. I remember. I don't know. I remember in the past, Unc didn't want to be called Unc. He wanted to be called Robert West or Bobby Banger, Bobby. So I don't know. I'm about to call him Bobby West, Brother West. All right, I think I'm caught up. I'm caught up on the comments. All right, so now I'm caught up. So I'm caught up with y'all on the comments. So now everything will make sense. So if you have a comment, keep on commenting. But anyway, just a quick review. I'm just checking in. It's been a minute. I've removed myself from Facebook and YouTube and all that kind of stuff for over a year and a half, and I truly did. Like I didn't even log into Facebook. I didn't watch anybody's YouTube videos. I'm still subscribed to I think everybody's channel. So hold up. Let me back up. Okay, if that's Unc and you still there, I want to know who kicked me out of the Amara Squad Facebook group. I want to know the answer to that. I want to know who did it. Who kicked me out of the group? I was an admin in that group, and who kicked me out and blocked me or whatever? Who did that childish stuff? So drop some names. Whether it was you or whoever else. I want to know who did that. I just want to know, because that's just some childish stuff right there. That's why I lost respect for a lot of people's behaviors and a lot of people. I'm just gonna call it like it is. It is what it is, you know. Oh, Sheffrin says Smash. Oh, he took over. Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed that the group was renamed the Land of the Magi. Not even spelled correctly, but the Land of the Magi or something like that. All right, well, that explains it. But that's just some childish stuff, man. I can't get with that. I don't condone that behavior. I don't want to be associated with that. It is what it is. Take it or leave it. If people get offended by that, then so what? All right, but I'm caught up with everybody. I'm caught up with everybody. I'll say Chief X, Kevin Chill claims Egyptians are black. He's a blackologist. Let's be real. One thing for sure, I'm going to tell y'all this. The Egyptians had no idea of our modern social construct of race. The Egyptians would never identify themselves. And people got to understand what identity is. They never did, and they would never identify with the lowest social construct that has a color label of black. Just stop it. That's anachronistic. It's stupid. It's a I don't know. It's just all out retarded. People today are trying to make everything black. I mean, it's crazy to me. The Egyptians would not do that. They would not do that. When the modern social construct was emerged from society and utilized, Black was the bottom caste, and it still is. Black is a social class level, and it's at the bottom. The Egyptians would never identify as the bottom class of anything. The Egyptians saw themselves as the elite of the world. If they were forced to identify as any social class level, they would choose the highest level. Whatever that's named at that time, that's what they would choose. So this whole the whole conversation is a distraction, because I guarantee you, everybody who's listening to me right now, I guarantee you, everybody who is distracted and caught up in this blackologist pursuit to make everything black and keep that the focus, you're not getting any more knowledge or growing in any knowledge about the actual Egyptian culture itself. I know this personally. I know this for a fact because I ask questions to people who are caught up in this. You ask them about anything outside of the black conversation about Egypt and their customs, their culture, and connect this with that. They can't rock with you. They can't have a conversation. They try to still bring it back to black. And that's what's even happening right now. It's crazy. I tell you what, do an experiment. Try to talk about Egypt and not bring up the whole black thing. Just or go backwards. Just look at all the conversations for the past 2 years. Strip out the whole black conversations and look how much you have left. Barely anything. At one point, people were talking about slavery in Egypt. I remember that was a hot topic, slavery in Egypt. If it ain't slavery, if it ain't black Egypt, it's slavery in Egypt. If it ain't black Egypt or slavery in Egypt, it's did Christianity get stolen from Egypt? I want y'all to understand that the word retard, to retard something means to slow it down. The word retard means slow. Okay. And so people get offended at that word, but one of my nicknames for what y'all call the conscious community is the retarded community. And I only mean that because the community has slow, it's not moving. There's no progress. People talking about and arguing the same stuff recycled over and over again in the same way. Was Egypt gay? Did Egypt have slaves? Was Christianity stolen from Egypt, or was Egypt black? Those are the four topics in the past 50 years that people have been talking about Egypt. And y'all know I'm right. Y'all know I'm right. Those four. Somebody type those four things. Is Egypt gay? Does Egypt have slaves? Was Christianity stolen from Egypt, or is Egypt black? Those are the four topics over the past 50 years being argued by the same people or their flunkies and groupies in the same way for the past 50 years. And you got people who been talking about Egypt for over 2 decades, still can't break down any grammar of the Egyptian language. They could recognize some glyphs. They learned about these tools and stuff from us, and then get stuck there. Got people out here TLAing you to death. The Sesh, sorry about the snitching, but let's lay it all on the table. This is too entertaining to pass. Oh, what do you mean? What's snitching? I'm trying to see, what was that? Oh, okay. He says, brother Uncle Bobby Banger has 2 channels or pseudo killers. Okay, on the later today's video was called the Great Asaro Tap and Waju Smash Out Scam Smash Well Scam. Oh, I have no idea. I haven't seen that video. I have not seen that video. See, all of my Facebook posts, all of my videos, they're still there. People, if anybody wants to question things that I've actually said or things that I've actually written or posted, all that's welcomed. But I don't get caught in the shenanigans. I'm not with the, to me it's just it's really, really off-putting. And I'm telling you, it's going to become very, very hard to get these scholars on you all's channels, because scholars are talking. Scholars are willing to get introduced to new audiences, and that's what they look for. But when they're mistreated, or they feel like they're mistreated or being used as weapons in people's shenanigans, they don't appreciate stuff like that, and they're going to start talking to their peers, and you're going to find it's going to be less and less scholars willing to participate and come on these channels. I'm telling you, if y'all didn't hear it before, y'all heard it now. You heard it from me. Hold up. Are you suggesting the ancient Egyptians didn't revere the color group black and thought it was divine? They didn't have a color group black, Mahli. You know what's funny, y'all? I did a video, and it's on our channel, and the thumbnail says, I forgot what the thumbnail says, but I got the Egyptian flag and I got the Sudanese flag. Can anybody do this for me? Can anybody tell me in the chat right now, tell me what does the word Sudan means itself? What does the word Sudan mean coming from the Arabic language? What does the word Sudan mean? And what is it short for? Okay, Emicat posted it. The land of the blacks, Egypt or Sudan. So let me. That's what's funny is I don't know what. See, I'm telling you, people need to spend some time on our channel, watch the videos. And I don't say that I'm not trying to win a popularity contest. I'm not trying to take anybody's subscribers and viewers and stuff like that. I'm not in it for that. I'm a firm believer of quality over quantity. I don't need 1,000 views or people to, and all that kind of stuff. I don't do that. Y'all don't see me posting you don't see me do all that kind of stuff. I appreciate any support and all that, but that's not, I'm not for that. So, but I am asking y'all, really, out of respect for the stuff that we've shared and done, just spend some time on our channel and go through the videos, and we're going to help you out. We're going to timestamp them and put the topics, because some of our videos are long. And like I said, I don't blame y'all if y'all see a 6-hour video and y'all don't watch it. I can't be mad at that. Okay, but we're gonna chop it up with the timestamp so that it will help you out. But we have a lot of videos that covers all this stuff. We've said all this stuff already. There's enough information in our videos that y'all can put it into this argument. Y'all can actually. You don't have to allow people to scam you or to bamboozle you and talk over you and out video you. Put up 2 videos in one day and 3 and 4 videos in one day. Wake up in the morning, do a video. In the afternoon, after lunch, do a video. Then at night, do a video. Y'all can put an end to that. Just watch the videos we have and utilize the information. Okay, so I think, Garfield, peace to brother Garfield. He said black land. Okay, so somebody answered me. So I asked, what does the word Sudan mean? And Garfield answered correctly. Says black land. Okay. Now I did a video called "Land of the Blacks." Is it Egypt or Sudan? Now here's what's funny, y'all. If y'all know the story about the exonymic name Sudan, the Arabs gave that name to that area. Okay, this is basic information. I'm sure everybody should at least know that, right? And it was called Balad el Sudan, or something to that nature. Somebody can keep me honest. Just look it up real quick. And it means the land of the blacks, like Garfield said, black land or land of the blacks. Here's what's interesting. If today people are going on about Egypt, the word Kemet means the black land or the land of black people, and the toponym Kim refers to the people, which it never does. I'm going to tell y'all, there's no toponym on the planet Earth in the past, present, or ever in the future that will ever and has ever referred to people. Toponyms always refer to places, never people. I did a whole video breaking toponyms down. Oronyms, which deal with mountains. Hydronyms, which deal with water bodies. Ethnonyms, demonyms, endonymic ethnonyms, exonymic ethnonyms. All of this stuff, I broke it down thoroughly in videos. So I'm not talking out the side of my neck. I know what I'm talking about. And there's no toponym on earth that ever refers to people. Toponym, the word topos comes from the Greek topos, which means place, and onym, which means name. They always refer to places. Anthroponyms or anthroponyms, whether they're ethnonyms or not, those deal with people. That's why they say ethnology, which is the study of ethnics and ethnic groups and things like that. That's that psychic emergence of an identity comes out. That's what ethnicity is. And the ancient Egyptians' ethnic name is the Remich. Their demonym, and by the way, a demonym needs a toponym to exist. A demonym is a derivative of a toponym, of a place name. Demonym comes from demos, which means populous. So it's a demonym expresses the origin or the dwelling place of a people. So the ancient Egyptians' ethnic name is the Remech. Their demonym is Kemetiu, the people of the place Kemet. But people want to say that Kemet means the people when toponyms never, ever, ever. You will never, ever find that. And that kills the entire argument, that whole half of the argument. People don't even understand what the research question was. They created this whole straw man argument to argue for 2 years while we're gone. I'm absent. People arguing over this stuff when there's no argument to be made. Toponyms never refer to people. So the whole argument about whether Kemet means black people, stuff like that, it's equivalent of arguing with somebody over flat earth. If the earth is flat, that's how stupid it is. But anyway, Sudan is actually named the land of the blacks. Sudan was called that, not Egypt. I want y'all to marinate on that. And if you walk backwards in history, you'll see early Egyptological literature. The early Egyptologists called Sudan, they called it Negro land. Everybody knows that the word Negro is the English pronunciation of the Latin or Romance form of negro, negra, negro, which translate back over to us as black. So early Egyptologists called Sudan black land. So the Arabs calling it black land is no different. They translate Nehisiu or Ta Nehisi as Negro land. Boy, I'm telling you, y'all better catch up on stuff 5-year-olds, 10-year-old information. Egypt was not called the Black Land. Or I'm sorry, the land of the blacks. Let me be crystal clear. Egypt was not called the land of black people or the land of the blacks. Diop got it wrong. I'm going to say that again. Diop is wrong. All right? So I want y'all to understand that. Anything else? I'm trying to keep let's see. See what Mika's saying. I don't think nobody in this chat is going to admit they called the people of Kemet black. Okay. Okay, Astro is breaking it down. Astro said, Balad el-Sudan refers to most of sub-Saharan Africa. Arabs call Egypt Misr and west of Egypt Maghreb, yep. And the Levant, Belasham. And you're absolutely right, Astro. Appreciate that. That's an important point. That's an important point right there. Balad el-Sudan would be equivalent, more closely equivalent to how people use the word sub-Sahara Africa. That's a very important point. And then, but through time, that entire big piece of the pie region shrunk to where the name stuck for the country that we know as Sudan. Now it's broke. Now Sudan is, I think it's still North and South Sudan. But the name is older than how we know it to be just that one country. It was more broader for the equivalent of what people will call sub-Sahara Africa. And check this out. That's no different than what the Greeks did when they called all of that same territory Ethiops or Ethiopia. They called the entire continent, I believe at one point, Libya. And they called what people like to call sub-Saharan Africa, they call that Ethiopia. And guess what? That same demarcation stuck throughout history by different people naming these things. Notice that the imaginary line that's right below the Sahara Desert is usually that demarcation line for all these different naming conventions. The Greeks call everything below that line Ethiopia. The Arabs call everything below that line Balad el-Sudan, etc., etc. I want y'all to notice that. Yep, Ethiopians below the Sahara. And if you go into the early Greek text where they talk about the majestic Ethiopians and stuff like that, the shiny ones and everything on the outskirts of Africa. Remember, the Greeks, when you see those very, very early maps of Africa, it was nowhere near in the shape that we know it today. You know how Africa looks like a horse's head, how we know it today. The Greeks, when they drew Africa, they didn't get that right. But what they understood as the southern part of Africa, to them, all that was Ethiopia. Let's keep going. It says, maybe some people may want to link to communicate better. Oh, she's saying the link. Yeah, I was not trying to make this video real long, and it's turned into what it turned into. I get a chance to test out this live streaming stuff again, to reacquaint myself, and to kind of let y'all know my opinion of the conscious community. I'm just very disappointed, and like I said, I know people's opinions may be different from mine and stuff, and I want my opinion to be respected. I respect other people's opinion, and I'm just giving mine. This is my observation. I'm being very transparent and shoot it straight. I want people to understand how I feel about it, because I don't want people to mix me up into the shenanigans at all. I want people to know what I'm about, what I've been about. I'm very consistent. I've always positioned myself as a teacher and sharer of information in that sense. I'm not trying to argue over silly stuff. I'm not trying to do all that stuff. I come from a background of real debating. I was on the debating team, a science background, and all of that. So I'm not with the other stuff. And it's not to say that other people, don't do it. That's just not my cup of tea. And I just don't want people to think that that's my cup of tea. And as long as I'm clear with that, and people want to, and I'm not on anybody's side. I don't want people to feel like dealing with me, you're choosing a side or anything. I'm not with that. I'm not on that. You could come hang with me, share information, and then go get entertained. Go to other channels and entertain and do your thing. I mean, that's fine, but just around me, let's just make progress. Let's learn something. Let's expand the knowledge. Let's build upon the foundation, brick by brick, until we have a nice tall tower, of information. I want to see some progress. I really do. And I thought I was. That's why I'm disappointed. I mean, really, y'all don't understand. It's hurtful. Now you're going to say it's my fault, Phil Valentine. Okay, y'all are definitely talking about something else. Can you just give us 1 to 2 sentences on why some Egyptian officials had Kim the Black at the end of their name? It's like a simple answer unless it is unknown. I will look at your video plus I'll look at your video. 1 sentence why some Egyptian officials had Kim or Black in their name. I'm going to tell you this. It wasn't because the Egyptians were trying to call themselves black. So Sat 12, I want to be very clear and straight with you. These Egyptian officials that you're talking about that are only in a very narrow window of Egyptian history, they did not use Kim at the end of their name to tell you or me or anybody today that the ancient Egyptians called themselves collectively, they identified as being black. That's what they did not do. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what they didn't do. All right? Because the only reason why you're asking me this, and I'm not saying there's anything malicious with your question or anything. I welcome the question. But the only reason why this comes up, so I'm not going to put it on you. The only reason why this comes up, because of the crazy conversation that's going on right now about the Egyptians being black or calling themselves black and this, that, and the third. But I did a video where I go actually into Neonpepi Kim's tomb and I show people images of the person, and he's not black. He's not painted black or anything like that. If it was his point or his family's point after him dying to call him black by putting Kim on the back of his on the end of his name to emphasize the fact that he was black, they sure enough did not paint him black at all. Makes absolutely no sense. And also, that people put Desher after their name too, and people have to reconcile that. The people with Kim by their name, are they doing it because they're trying to say that they're black, which the social construct didn't even exist in? And then those people they put Desher after their name, are they trying to say that they're red, like a literal red, like Egyptians believed in red people and black people and stuff? None of that stuff makes sense. People are forcing a circle in a square hole. That's what people are doing. And it's not like that. People need to just really, really give up on the topic. Give up on the topic. I don't mind having something educational to watch. We need more educational channels. Mika, well, this is my goal is to keep the Sesh channel as an educational channel. And like I said, we all need entertainment, and I said in the beginning, and I'll say it now, that a lot of people use YouTube and the what's called the conscious community as an entertainment thing, to wind down, to after work, people tuning in and all that stuff, and that's cool. I just don't want it to be misnomered and people to think that it's something other than what it actually is. I want to keep the Sesh channel as educational. And that's not to say that you can't have fun while, educating and teaching and stuff like that. But we should we're all grown. We should know the difference between educating and having fun doing it versus what we see in this thing we call conscious community. The drama, the makeup and breakup, the friendships dissolving, people hating on each other, then becoming friends again, then hating again, and then people made it up and then not made it up and then made it up again. Why they not made it up? They airing each other's dirty laundry, then made it up again, and all this kind of stuff. Then arguing, cursing each other out, and then it's really bad. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. It's like high school, elementary, at the playground type of behavior. I'm not with that. So, if people want to do it elsewhere, it's fine. I can't knock it. I mean, like I said, it's a big world. It's a big world. YouTube is big. I can't, I'm just not down with it. I just don't want to be associated with that. I'm not down with that. Yep. Garfield, you did a video on that. If you're talking about what I was just talking about, yeah, we have videos. Listen, we have videos for pretty much everything that people are talking about. We have videos. I'm gonna share something. I'm gonna share something with y'all real quick. Let me take this off the screen. Okay, take that off. All right, I'm gonna share. This. I'm gonna share something from 2019. All right, I'm gonna share something from 2019. Hopefully y'all can see it. And I know you can't yet. Okay, I need some help in the chat. Just let me know if you can see it, one, and then two, if it's big enough that you can read it. I need anybody can let me know that. Can you see what I have on the screen, and can you read it? Like I said, I gotta get reacquainted with this live stream. It's been a minute, y'all, so y'all have to bear with me. So I just want to make sure y'all can see it. Just I don't know if y'all can see it. Can anybody tell me you can see it? Just say yes, I can see it. Somebody put one, but does that mean you can see it? Somebody say I see it. Okay, we see it. All right, thanks. All right. Okay, so I want to share it. I want to share this with y'all. This is coming from. Okay, somebody said make it bigger. All right, let me make it bigger if I can. Can I make it bigger? Did it get bigger? Yeah, it's bigger. But I have less room on there now. But I'm gonna make it big so y'all can see it. I need y'all to see this. So I'm gonna make it big as I need to so y'all can see it. Okay. Now this is from 2019, 5 years ago. All right. This is coming out of my mine, Asar Imhotep, and Sanjeti's essays that we put together in print form for the purpose of passing out at a conference. I think it was an ASCAT conference. Okay. And just to put you all up on game, if you all are ever invited to speak at a conference about something and there's other panelists, just understand that you're not going to be allotted a lot of time. Whenever you're allowed to speak somewhere and they give you like 10 minutes, 15 minutes to speak on a subject that you know it's going to take you like 4 hours to explain, just remember it's best to put your arguments and presentation in written format and print it and pass it out to the audience so that they could walk away with your full presentation, because in 10 minutes you can only summarize things. You can't make a point, you can't prove a point or anything like that in 10-15 minutes. Now, me saying that was the inspiration that we had to put this text together. We did it literally in overnight. Like, we got on the phone, me, Asar, and Sanjeti, we got on the phone. We were invited to the ASCAT conference. I couldn't make it. Sanjeti and Asar made it there, but we knew ahead of time that there was only going to be like a 15-minute time slot to speak. And so what we decided to do at lastminute.com was to put some things in writing so that people could walk away with, a fuller presentation of information. So we did it. Long story short, we did it, and that's what came out of this publication. And because people were all on this topic, we put it. Asar put it on Amazon, made it available to everybody. But originally, it was printed to be at the conference. All right. So now this is my portion. This is my essay on the topic. The title of the book is a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. The key word there in the title is the place name. And in case you don't know by now, place name is the word toponym. Toponym is place name. They're one and the same. Toponym comes from the Greek. Place name is just how we say it fully in English. All right. So my chapter is on Kemet as a toponym. So I'm showing the glyphs here, which are general glyphs that everybody should be able to identify with. I hope y'all can see my cursor. And so I open up by referencing the above text. So remember, my essay is chapter 2. So it's obviously there's information above here, which was done by Asar. So I'm segueing into my topic coming from his. And so I say, considering the two hypotheses on the meaning of the place name Kemet, Kemet as outlined in the introduction to this volume, this essay will focus on the understanding of toponyms, their derived demonyms, and the consequence that this understanding has on the two aforementioned hypotheses. Okay? So I'm opening up, telling what this essay is about. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'm going to share this with y'all because I know even the people that bought the book out of support, which I appreciate, a lot of people didn't, they got the book to support, but they didn't get the book to actually dissect, pick apart, and learn, like to actually understand and comprehend what we were saying. Or at least I'm going to speak for myself, what I was saying. And I know this to be a fact because even people who got the book, when I ask them questions, they can't answer it. But yet they got the book and they claim that they read it. When if I were to give a quiz on my section, they would fail. So, I would hope that people really take time out to reread it. If you got it, if you don't have it, get it and read it. So anyway, I just want to share something with you. So I open this up about toponym, and I define what a toponym is. All right. That it at all times is a place name. All right. Then I deal with endonym and exonym. And for short, endo means inward, exo is out, is outside. So endonymic, anything endonymic means self-name. Exonymic means named by others. And then hydronyms is water names, and oronyms are mountain names. Okay, so I break all that stuff down. Now, I show a quick diagram of toponyms and how they could be further broken down into water names, which are hydronyms, and oronyms, which are mountain names. Mount Kilimanjaro will be an oronym. Lake Victoria, what's that called? Anything, the Atlantic Ocean, whatever. These are hydronyms, but
Oh,
hydronym. Go ahead.
sorry. Oh, did you say Lake Victoria?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Both hydronyms and oronyms are two different types of toponyms. So they're toponyms, which means they're names of places. All right. So then I give examples of toponyms. All right. So I give countries and continents examples. I give bodies of water examples and mountains. Okay. So we have Jamaica, Mexico, America, etc. Bodies of water have Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, etc., etc. Mountains, you have Mount Everest, Mount Fuji, Mount Kilimanjaro, etc. All right. This should be straightforward. Now, one thing I want to point out, and this is what I think went over people's heads, is the importance of this word referent. And I say it's important to note that in all instances, the referent of a toponym is a place and not people. It's never people. So right there, whenever we are talking about the toponym Kemet, it can never be talking about people. It is at all times talking about a place. That's why we titled the book a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. We're not talking about the adjective Kim or a black pot over there, a black sea vessel over here or whatever. We're talking about the place name Kemet. It can't be talking about people. I go on to say toponyms are revered for their cartographic, cultural, ethnographic, social, historical, linguistic, economic, political, spiritual, intellectual, scientific, and geographical significance. The role of toponyms in modern and classical African societies has been concisely captured by Na Alucha, probably butchered his name, in the African Journal of History and Culture, Volume 7, Number 9, page 180 to 192, quoted in part. So I took my time to quote this journal, y'all. And this journal, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you because I really want you to, if you have the book, go back and open it up and read it. But I'm going to summarize what this journal is saying. The journal is saying, well, it's not much. Let me read it. I'm going to read it to y'all. If y'all up this late, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But wow. All right. If y'all up this late, I'm going to go ahead and take my time and read it. Let's read it. It says, quote, one potent means by which they effectively encoded and communicated cartographic and geographic information was by the use of toponyms, which are names of places and other geographical features. Thus, in vintage African societies, place names were not just chosen arbitrarily. They were carefully chosen to convey what? Specific and useful meanings to the people. This explains why Africans still cherish and attach much significance to local toponyms. Toponyms are an integral component to the cultural identity of a people. Toponyms fulfill the task of identifying localities, thereby distinguishing them from one another. That's important. A place is named to distinguish it from another place, a different place. More so, they serve as cartographic labels that can be used for orientation, navigation, recreation, and reference points. A place name imparts a certain character on a place, Thus, place names can also provide a glimpse of the lifestyle led by the people. For instance, graphical names can suggest that a people were what? Settlers rather than ferocious raiders. In other words, place names could be used to judge the way of life associated with a people, whether they are sedentary or nomadic. There's a strong link between place names and environmental landscape knowledge. I repeat, there is a strong link between place names and environmental landscape knowledge. Historically, a study of the names of places of topographical features can reveal much about how people viewed and related with the land. Indigenous African place names have an enormous treasure of geographical information and knowledge inherent in them. In a typical traditional African society, place names are used to succinctly describe geographical phenomena. I repeat, place names are used to succinctly describe geographical phenomena, never people. Rodin's account of the use of place names to identify various geographical conditions and features in Uganda typifies what is obtainable in a classic African society. As observed by Rodin, quote, a very prominent group of Ugandan place names are those which describe or imply the physical characteristics of what? Of an area. Relief, climate, soils, hydrology, flora, fauna, all features in names throughout the country. Often the description is in terms of the sustainability or suitability of an area for human activity, the fertility of the soil, the presence of water, the reliability of rainfall, suitability for a particular crop, a river or a swamp which endangers life, the occurrence of a tree or grass species of value for house building, tool making, and handicraft, and the presence of clay for pottery are all frequent examples. Other names suggest the type of land use, describing a prominent crop, the presence of grazing on land, and so on. So y'all get that? So back to what I'm saying. That was quoting what the experts say, because people like to appeal to authority a lot or correctly defer to experts. Can't be mad at deferring to experts, but that appealing to authority got to go. But back to me. This is what I'm saying. Today, we are fortunate to have GPS, or the Global Positioning System. That is a satellite-based radio navigation system owned by the United States government and operated by the United States Air Force. That's what we have today, GPS. We have the option of using GPS in automobiles, smartphones, and other devices to navigate and find our destinations, as opposed to using traditional cartographic maps. Prior to our reliance on maps and GPS, it was the role of toponyms to literally communicate vital spatial temporal information on identity or description of geographical phenomena, location, direction, orientation, relationships, forms and shapes, patterns, magnitude, hierarchy, numerical values, proximity, apparent height or depth, temporal dimensions, and so on. All of that went into a toponym. These attributes were embedded within the toponym, causing it to function as distinguishing markers of location, allowing one to know when they have arrived at one location as opposed to another. It is worth rephrasing that in all instances, the referent of a toponym is a place and not people. So I'm going to summarize what I'm saying right there. In other words, in order for you to know that you've arrived at a destination, if you're traveling, you only know that you arrived there if where you are matches the name that was given to you, because in that name, it describes the location. So check this out. Just on some common sense stuff. If all of Africa is populated by what we today call black people, or let's say most of Africa is populated by what we call today black people, how much value and what sense would it make for me to give you a location name called the land of black people if everybody in Africa is black? You're not going to know when you arrived. You could be way over there in Timbuktu or down in what's now South Africa and be surrounded by black people and think you got to where you're supposed to be because all somebody gave you was the land of black people. That is not how Africans named their localities. That's not how it was done. The toponym itself, the meaning of toponyms contain valuable information so that it made a distinction of one location from another. We do it to this day. Not so much because we got GPS in the car and stuff, but remember back in the day when you asked somebody for directions, they would give you what we call a landmark. They say, hey, you head down this street. If you see this tall red building that looks abandoned with the bricks broke off, you're going to make a left right there. And then when you see this big group of trees and it looked like a big stone and some water coming off of it, I live 2 houses down from that. You're going to describe your area and environment so that people will know when they get there. That's the function of a toponym. We don't know that today because we got GPS. You just plug it into Google Maps or Apple Maps or whatever, and then boom, Siri's talking to you through your whole trip. Make a right turn at the light. In 5 miles, turn left. We don't care about toponyms now. But that's what it was about. So just this basic fundamental understanding will educate people on this conversation, that the place name Kemet could never be talking about people. It's talking about the environment. And in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, the Egyptians saw their possession. They saw that they owned and possessed. The king owned and possessed 2 types of environments. One had access to water. It was called Kemet. The other did not have access to water. It was called Desheret. The one that had access to water was obviously, by the laws of nature and physics, closer to the river because the river is water. Anything close to the river had access to the river's water. Even so much so they dug irrigation channels and so on and so forth to expand the river. These are man-made expansions of the river to reach more inland a little bit. Beyond that, it was desert. Nobody lived out there. But the king owned all of that. The king owned the Desheret and the king owned the Kemet. And by the 11th dynasty, they called both of those collectively the one Kemet. And this is what we do today. We will use a small location for the bigger. The Greeks did it. The very name Egypt, the very word Egypt comes from Egyptos, and Egyptos comes from the temple of Hutka-Ptah, which was within a larger city called Mennefer that we call Memphis. So Hutka-Ptah is a small area compared to all of Egypt. But guess what? The Greeks used that small area, its name, and broadened it and called the whole country Egyptos. We do it today. I live in Georgia. I don't live in Atlanta. But when somebody asks me where you live, I tell them Atlanta because that's what they are familiar with. If I tell them the city I live in, they be like, man, where is that? But as soon as I say Atlanta, oh, okay, all right, you're down in the A. ATL. Everybody does it. We do it. Kemet became the name of the entire country. But it was originally, and it's talking about the narrow area closer to the river. That's where all the gnomes, if you look at a map and you look at the 42 gnomes, all of the 42 gnomes are next to the river. Everybody lived literally within the Kemet area. Nobody was trying to live in Deseret. That wasn't prime real estate. So anyway, I'm not gonna go on. I just wanted to share that point to emphasize this whole toponym thing, because just that understanding right there. And I can't see the chat, so if y'all talking, I'm looking at this big old screen. I can't see the chat, but I just wanted to share that for tonight. One, to let y'all know this is 5 years old. Two, that just that part alone, which is just the beginning of my essay part, that alone restricts the conversation. It eliminates a lot of the BS that's going on in the conversation. One, you could rule out talking about people. We're talking about, the whole research question was, let's find the meaning of the place name. We know it's a toponym, and we know what goes into a toponym. We know what toponyms are used for, their function, and what goes into them. That's where the conversation is supposed to start from. But everybody got distracted and talking about black people and the land of black. And it's crazy because that is a modern social construct. Nobody should be calling Egyptians black or white or whatever. Nobody should be using any modern social construct to talk about the Egyptians. Just say the Egyptians are Egyptian. And if you need to feel good, just say the Egyptians are African and leave it at that. Put a period right there. I want somebody to do a video. Call your video, "The Egyptians are African," and just do a video on how the Egyptians are African. I guarantee you're gonna see the arguments start to die down, because nobody's gonna argue that. Everybody's going to agree that Egypt sits on the continent of Africa, and its people were African by that sense. They were homegrown Africans. And you can't even say that about the 100% of the population. Everybody that lived in Egypt was not from the continent, because you had people coming in from the Middle East and so on and so forth. So if people wanted to be real strict and right and exact, you can't say all Egyptians were African. But in a general sense, everybody could say the Egyptians, the people, they're African, and keep it moving, keep it pushing. We know the country is on the continent. Nobody will argue with you on that. Well, I can't say that. I can't say that because some people try to say Egypt is somewhere else. So I take that back. You got people who think the earth is flat, so let me take that back. But for those people who don't have the dunce hat on or the aluminum foil hats on, we all know that Egypt is on the continent of Africa. And by that sense, Egypt is African and its people are African. The moment you invoke black and all that other kind of stuff, you're going backwards and you stuck in La La Land. Period. All right. So I just want everybody to understand that. But I go on. I just real quick. I talk about modern versus ancient Egypt. I talk about the name. I show that Egypt was called Idebwe, which is defined even in the Egyptian dictionaries as the two riverbanks, aka the riparian. For those people who try to joke about the riparian, just say you never heard the word riparian and keep it pushing, because I can, people got to grow up and understand what a riparian is. Because you talk to any geologist or person in modern times, to this very day, the country of Egypt, Kenya, Uganda, Sudan, all of those countries right there are called riparian countries. In case you did not know, we did a whole video on that. showing and proving all of that stuff. But I talk about determinatives. I talk about toponymic determinatives. I talk about determinatives first, then I talk about toponymic determinatives, which are important because I'm showing examples of what's called determinatives or classifiers. And these are the ones that are used for toponyms. So I give the Gardner code, the glyph itself, and the description. A lot of people are familiar with 049. This looks like an X-Men belt buckle. People are less familiar with this irrigation channel in 23. And what a lot of people don't know is that Kemet is spelled with this irrigation channel as well. And, show the primaries, or we reference the primaries where you can go find and see it, where it's irrigation channel, and so on. Then I give examples of Egyptian toponyms. So these are place names. So these are Egyptian place names. Remember, toponym means place names. So Happy, which is the Nile River, Mehet, which is the Delta, Jedut, Bas, Dep, Jedu, Inu, Mennefer, Chemnu, Abju. Everybody should be familiar with Bobby West's company, Abju Wear. That's the glyphs for it. Abju, Abu, Elephantine, etc., etc. Then I talk about and define ethnonyms. All right. Then I give examples of ethnonyms: Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Luo, Hausa, Nur, Maasai, etc., etc. I do that because I am leading into demonyms, which are very important to the conversation. And I don't even hear nobody talk about demonyms or bringing up that term. And I understand it. I understand why, because people are not really interested in expanding the knowledge. They just want to fuss and fight. But I'm leading up to demonyms. But I show this picture. Everybody should be familiar with this picture. People call it the four races, but it's not. It's talking about the four. It's not talking about four races. It's talking about the four major groupings of people this is the book from the Book of Gates, who are in the Book of Gates, and it's talk about who is responsible for them and who protects them, etc. Heru is the one that's ushering them in, and so on. But we did a whole video on this. All right, but these first four are called the Remech. And remember my statement that I made earlier, that whenever the ancient Egyptians wanted to talk about themselves in relationship to any of their neighbors, they called themselves the Remech. They didn't use the word Kim or Kemet or even Kemetiu. They used the word Remech. And here is an actual example. Whenever you see the Egyptians contrast or compare to other people, you see the word Remech. You have the Remech, you have the Amu, you have the Nehisiu up here, and then you have the Chemehu, the fourth. And they're always in this order. The first is always the Remech themselves. Then the Amu. And notice how they go into a clockwise direction to us. They go from themselves to the east, then to the south, and then to the west. I want y'all to understand that and let that marinate. They go from the east, then the south, and then the west. The east, then the south, then the west. All right. But I explain all that stuff, but then I get to demonyms. This is important, what a demonym is. And here's an example of English demonyms. So demonyms are derived from toponyms. Okay? Demonyms are derived from toponyms, and they express a relationship of the people to the toponym. Okay? So here's an example. The toponym Jamaica. Everybody knows when you buy a plane ticket, you're going to say, I want to go to Kingston, Jamaica. Big up to Brother Garfield from Jamaica. I don't know where exactly he's from. But Jamaica is the place. That's the place name. But guess what? The people who relate to that place are called Jamaicans. Mexico is a place. The people are referred to as Mexican. America, as far as the United States, is called America, and we're called ourselves Americans. Canada, Canadians, and so on. All right. But now, the way that we express these demonyms in English is mainly by putting an an or ian suffix onto the toponym. Notice Canada, Canadian, India, Indian, Russia, Russian, Australia, Australian. You know, that's the pattern that we have, regardless of how it's spelled. Europe, European, Asia, Asian, Asian. So we have these suffixes here in English. So I discuss and explain how the Egyptians did it. They did it by what we call a Nisbe adjective, aka a relational adjective. Then I'm skipping, so I'm showing y'all. I break down what relational adjectives are. Then I give examples of relational adjectives. Then I give examples of Egyptian demonyms. Same way I did English. I give the Egyptian toponym, and then I give the Egyptian demonym. So here's some examples. The Duat. Everybody heard about the Duat. That's a place name. But guess what? The people related to that place are called Duatiyu, which means the inhabitants of the Duat. It doesn't mean that they are the Duat, or somehow these people are the underworld. They inhabit this particular place. Irim is a toponym. You have Irimtiyu. These are the inhabitants of that place. You have Amint or Amintit, the west. You have Amintiyu, who are the inhabitants of the west. That's what this is. Just like Jamaica is the place, and Jamaicans are those who inhabit Jamaica. You have Aket, Aketiyu, Iabetiyu. You have the Wahat, which is the oasis, Wahatiyu. Punt, Puntiyu, inhabitants of Punt. Mehet, the Mehetiyu. And then the Niyut, and then Niyutiyu, which are the inhabitants of the town. Citizens, we just say citizens. Then you keep going down here, you have Chasset, which is for foreign land, this is a place, and then you have Chasetiyu, the inhabitants of the foreign land. So I hope y'all see a pattern. It never is talking or referring to the people. The demonym relates the people to the place. It doesn't describe the people's skin or none of that, ever. It's not referring to the people. And so anyway, I go on and go on and go on and go on. So y'all will get to understand this. And I do all that for a reason. If I'm telling y'all, if y'all were to read this essay, chapter 2 on here, you will have enough information to eliminate 90% of all of the shenanigans and arguments that's going on right now today. And this is why when I'm coming, checking in on things, this is why I'm frustrated, and I just don't condone the way the conversation's been handled, let alone, all the different shenanigans and behavior and stuff. But even the conversation period is not, you're not going to learn anything doing things the way that this happening. So let me stop sharing. You're not going to learn anything. You're just not. So now I can see the chat again. So I'm going to stop sharing. I can see the chat. So let me go back to the chat. I know it's late, but y'all still hanging, I guess. Let me keep going. Let me go back up a little bit. Okay, well, Joe, we've been saying these things for months and been ignored. Yeah, you have to be ignored. That's the only way the conversation can continue is if just a little bit of what I just said just now and shared is ignored. And that's what people did to the book. I'm gonna tell you, the brother Reggie and the brother Ned pull the banana in the tailpipe on y'all. They had y'all, like, when we published the book, this is how childish and crazy things are, or were, and still are. Instead of looking at the content of the book, picking it apart, getting with us, having discussions where everybody can learn from the discussions, they chose to try to contact the TLA. First, they accused us of plagiarizing the TLA, which both of them, both Reggie and Netcher, knew nothing about the TLA if it weren't for us in the first place. Let me put that on the record. Matter of fact, the brother Reggie didn't even know what a toponym was until I told him on the phone. It was me on the phone, the sister Naya, the brother, I'm going to keep calling him Bobby West instead of Unc, because I don't know. We were all on the phone, and I told Reggie on the phone, I said, listen, if you're trying to chime in on this conversation, you're going to need to know what a toponym is. He didn't know what a toponym was, so I had to explain it to him, break it down on the phone. But I say that to say that both of those brothers in 2019, when we published the book, instead of getting with us and having conversations about what we wrote in it, they chose the adversarial route, which is typical of this conflict community. And they accused us of plagiarizing the TLA, not understanding how we accredited the TLA or anything. So much so that they tried to contact it, they contacted the TLA to try to get the TLA to shut us down, not knowing that we had a long-standing relationship with the team that's dealing with the digitizing of the water book and all that stuff. And they contacted us and told us they find nothing wrong with the way that we cited things in the text. So that backfired on them. And on top of that, the TLA team kept in touch with me, contacted me, and gave me a access to their beta version of their second platform, TLA version 2, before it was made public. And Emicat even examined it and stuff to the point where she created a crash course on how to use it when it did become public. We were the first to do that. It's on our channel. Emicat did a video on our channel 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago, or whatever. I'm saying because the banana tailpipe is when these brothers got everybody on that drama. Like, oh, man, y'all plagiarized this and plagiarized that. And that made everybody ignore the information. So that's what happens. That's intentional. And so I'm telling people, whoever supported and got the book, go back to the book and actually read it this time. Read it for comprehension. You got any questions, anything unclear, hit me up. And if you don't have the book, get the book. And then hit me up. I guarantee it would knock a lot of these part of these conversations 90% of the conversations will be done. You get down to the meat and potatoes of it. Kemet is a single word and cannot mean that which is black or the one associated with that which is black. How Kemet means a whole sentence, scholars. Babylon Don. Yeah. I'm too tired to even clarify that. Another day, brother. All right, I'm gonna help you out because this may be for somebody else too. Emicat, you there?
2.
Okay. Do this for the audience. I want you to please translate into English the single Kiswahili word nitasema. So hold up, before you do it, I want to tell everybody that the word nitasema is a single word. It's a single word. Nitasema. Nitasema. So, Emiket, explain to the folks, what does that word mean in English?
Nitasema means I will speak.
Okay, it means I will speak. Now, how many words is that in English?
3.
Is that a sentence in English?
Yes.
Okay, so here we have a single Kiswahili word, nitasema, which is a single word in Kiswahili. When it comes over into English, it's a full sentence that contains 3 words. I will speak. All right. So I kind of rest my case on that one. So whenever you ask me, or this is for everybody or anybody, don't limit yourself like that. If you're not into, or if you don't have a curiosity into language or linguistics and communication and how it works for different languages, then don't limit yourself. Don't have these false assumptions or expectations. Be a little bit more open-minded. Because what I just did just now was prove just now that a single word in one language can come over into English as multiple words and even a sentence. You got nitasema, nilisema, etc. All those come into English as sentences. But in Kiswahili, it's a single word. All right. And the same thing happens in ancient Egyptian. Let's go. Sat 12. I'm trying to catch up. Then we out of here. Wikipedia under Kim and Kemet now has a unique picture of that Book of Gates seen in 3 tombs, condensed, all on one page. Check it out. Oh, I'm already familiar with that, Sat. I appreciate it, though. Sat, again, you haven't gone through our videos. I show all the tombs. I mention and show all of the different tombs that have the Book of Gates in that particular section. I think it's I want to say is Gate, because the Book of Gates, I think it's dealing with Gate 5. I'm not sure, I'm going off from memory, but the illustration, the vignettes of that, I show all of that. So Wikipedia, I don't really need that. Let's see. Chief X says, if everyone becomes truth seekers, not belief seekers, y'all could be great. Yep, I agree with that. Afro Ninja says, hate. I definitely hate arrogance mixed with ignorance. All right. Cool. This is all repeat for me. Heard all this before. Yep, Mika, it definitely is. Six Finger says, no headway going to be made until people grasp the peopling of Northern Africa and Asia. Okay. I got to catch back up to y'all. Lion Supreme, job's one of the best, no doubt. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. Like I said, again, I don't, I'm not looking, I mean, I have a history. I don't I appreciate, credit and all that stuff. I don't take compliments very well or handle them like people. Afro Ninja, all Egyptians aren't African. Provide enough proof for me that the Egyptians weren't black. Yeah, you came to the party late, Afro Ninja. All Egyptians aren't African. I believe I actually said that. I said, when I'm talking about ancient Egyptians, all of the population of ancient Egypt was not a homogeneous population, number one. Number two, I said earlier that you had people who did come from the Middle East, Levant area into Egypt to make Egypt its residence, so they wouldn't be like a native or homegrown, but they became Egyptians because the Egyptians their identity is different than how we use today. Today, it's all about the modern social construct of race. Back then, they had no such concept in their psyche, in their mind. It did not exist. But I understand Afro Energy may have been late, coming late to the live stream. Mika says, I've learned Reggie over the years by watching and listening to him. He looking bad out here. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any since I've been looking through videos. I haven't seen anything with the brother Reggie in it. Since I'm going over these videos. Babylon Dunn says Kemet Commission. Kemet, Egypt, same thing. Egypt is a Greek word. Actually, Egypt is an English word. Egyptos would be the Greek word. Being technical now. Just saying. Just saying. Let me keep on going down. Yeah, while I was sharing the book, I see you all y'all been talking. What is the difference? Egypt is in a different. Okay, y'all must be talking to yourselves. Six Finger, was Kemet not the pharaonic dynasties? At all times, I hope everybody understands that whether we say the word Egypt, whether we say the word Tameri, whether we say the word Kemet, whether we say the word Tawi, whether we say Simatawi, whether we say Debwi or whatever, at all times, people are referring to the square mileage of what we see on the map today as stamped as Egypt, or the Arab Republic of Egypt, or Misr, as the Arabs will call it for short. All right. I just hope at least everybody understands that much. Okay, let's keep going. I see people talking about Helen and Hellas. That's Greece. Greece was called Greece. Greece is actually an exonymic name. Toponym. I hope everybody understands that. Exonymic means named by someone else other than the people themselves. Because Hellas and Helens is what the Greeks themselves would use, but the Romans came and called it Greece. Y'all could look that up if you want and share that in the chat. I'm going through. Black Line Supreme says, use any native term you want. That's the people we're talking about, not Egyptians. All right, so y'all are having a conversation. Next one. I feel like you're using a Greco-Roman vocabulary that's kind of determine how the ancient Kemet would have named people, places, or things. Mahali, I don't know who you're talking to, but this is my first time being acquainted with you, most likely at least by that name. But in case it's your first time engaging with me or whatever the case is, I would want you to understand that I have a long-standing history of advocating and promoting for people to use the I did Facebook post years ago, and a lot of the different people around the Egyptians and what they called them and everything like that. So I'm an advocate of stop using the word Nubian, use the word Nahisiu if you're talking about the people. You're talking about the place called, say, Ta-Nahisi, in terms of the region. And if you want to drill down and talk about specific regions, you have the Wawat location. You have the Iram location, and so on and so forth. I lay all these things out. The Remich, call them the Remich, and so on. So I go through all the different names, definitely the major ones. I have like a list of 20 or so. All right, and that's what I advocate, because we can all talk. Like if we can say the word Egypt, we could say the word Remich. If people want to say Commission or Kamau, you could say the word Remich. Instead of saying Nubia, Nubian, say Nahisiu and Ta-Nahisi, etc., etc. All right, so let's keep it moving. Y'all turn Egypt into religion and smash just like TD Jakes. Now, I will say the whole blackologist movement has become a cult, though. I will say that. It becomes cult-like for sure. And people are starting to emerge as cult leaders. Wajal Winterman said that Kemet means that which is black. So Babylon done. Let me clarify that for a second. The toponym Kemet does not mean that which is black. Full stop. The only word Kemet that means that which is black is the feminine form of the adjective Kem. The terminal T, or the T ending, throws the substantive in the category of feminine, on the side of feminine, and it denotes abstraction. So we would say that which is black. And I'll give you another example. When we say the word ma'at, that everybody's familiar with, ma'at, it means that which is true. The masculine form, ma'a, means true or real. But you feminize it and you add the morpheme of abstraction. It forces you to say that which is true. So that's why ma'at is used when you talk about truth. It's that which is true or that which is real, as opposed to more it just being true or real. All right. So in case you didn't know, now you know. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, actually, that answers also part of the question that Babylon asked something about. What was it? Spell meter, Sema, now break it down. Now Kemet, break down to mean that which is black. So I posted a link for him because we actually have a video for that.
Okay.
Where we do the Portmon 2 morphs. So you can see what the different ways that the T is functioning in most of those cases. So there's there. But for Nita Sema, if you break it down, you actually have a prefix, which is the ni. And that actually goes to the first person, like I. And then Sema, which is the root. And that is a verb for speak. And then you have the suffix. You have ni, which is the prefix. And then you have ta, which actually denotes the tense. So that is something in the future. And then sema, which is the suffix for the verb speak. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, we have a whole video on that. Okay, Sat 12, Seshu, would you go on Sonetta? Nope. I already answered that question. Don't you have to read the rest of the question? Reggie is in many recent Smash videos. That's his main spot now. Okay. Like I said, I don't have time to watch all the videos. I've been trying to catch up, but I've seen enough. I've stomached enough. I lost many brain cells trying to catch up, and I'm not with that. I'm very disappointed. I think it's trash. The title of me coming here is the conscious community has failed you. I think the conscious community has definitely deteriorated. And I'm giving my opinion. You know, I've been absent. I've removed myself for over a year and a half, and I'm checking in and I'm trying to catch up and see what's what, and it is very disappointing. And you all might not agree with me, and that's fine. No love lost. There's some scholars who think Kemet might have been a more restricted area around the Nile rather than equivalent to the entire modern nation. Again, Sat 12, I'm telling you, all of your comments, you're going to like our videos. And in fact, earlier I said the same thing. I said the same thing. I said the same thing. And those scholars are right, but the way you put it is they're right or wrong, and wrong. And what I mean is, Kemet was the name for the entire country, but it was an expansion of the narrow use of Kemet for the area near the river. Because you have a contrast of Kemet versus Desheret. But both Kemet and Desheret at certain points was called Kemet, if that makes sense. Earlier I gave you the example that we do today. We do this to this very day. I gave you examples of what the Greeks did. The Greeks took a very narrow location, which was the temple called Hutka Ptah, which was within the greater city of Mennefer, or Memphis, as the Greeks called that. They took that narrow place and its name and broadened it to call the entire country Egyptos, Egypt. So likewise, is no different than Kemet, originally denoting the inner parts of the king's possession or the kingdom, versus the outer parts, which was the Desheret, the arid, dry areas, versus the fertile, accessible to water areas. They took that Kemet and expanded it to refer to the entire country in the 11th dynasty. Okay, I said that earlier, and hopefully I made myself clear, because that's one thing I have kind of lost patience for, to repeat myself, especially in the same live stream. All right, I'm going down. I think I'm catching up. I'm probably pretty much caught up to everything. I'm going down, make sure I miss anything. I have to re-catch up to everything. I was sharing the book. I'm not saying I agree with Smash, but you will find it interesting. His interview with Winterman, titled "Discussion of Egypt Child's Concerning Place Name Kemet." Yeah, I will have to check that out. All right, so I'm caught up now. I'm at the bottom of the chat. So listen, it's been real, you all. Again, just to kind of repeat for those who popped in and still listening in. It's been a long minute since I've gone live, since I've been anything close to Facebook or YouTube. I took a hiatus over a year and a half, both me and Emiket, and now we're here. And I would like to see progress, and I'm disappointed that I don't see it. In my opinion of the conscious community is that it's failed everybody. I don't think it's fair. I know people who are in the mix of it all may not see it that way, but to me, the conscious community has deteriorated. It's become a den of conflict, of adversary, of beefing, of drama. There's way more of that than it is of education and learning. Okay, and you, like I said, you have a right to disagree with me, but that's how I see it, and I don't see it any other way. It's worse than it was when I was dealing with it before the hiatus. It's gotten worse. Don't associate me with that stuff. I'm going to be going live. We're going to be going live, and we're going to push for progress. We're going to push for expansion of knowledge. If you want to learn about any particular thing related to Egypt, come break bread, and we could walk this walk together. But it's not going to be that adversarial, combative, rap battle style of anything on this on here. We're going to maintain an educational environment, but we're going to have fun doing it. So we're not going to be stiff and robotic and whatnot. So don't confuse it. Don't confuse that. But the shenanigans and stuff has got to go. It's very immature, and it's not the place for it when it comes to these type of things. Entertaining. Everybody needs entertainment. I like entertainment, but one thing I never do is I don't mix the two. I don't look at entertainment as education. I don't, and vice versa. When I want to be entertained, I go get entertained. When I want to be educated, I get educated. I don't confuse the two. All right. So Just want everybody to understand. All right. So dial back on it. Nah, I'm not even gonna say dial back on it, because listen, I don't want to ever give the appearance of I'm telling people to stop watching other channels, unsubscribe from other people's channels or anything. Do your thing. What I ask of you all, and I want y'all to know from me, is that when you come around me or when you come to something that I'm involved with, just don't bring that silliness to me. That's all. That's it. Hey, I can't make it plainer than that. Y'all, and you all should be able to respect that, just like I can respect people, what other people do. All right. And I see Mika said I'm stiff. Wajal was stiff. Nah, I'm actually not. Like, for real. I like to have fun, and I have fun. Trust me. Listen. Over this past, during my hiatus, if I had a camera that followed me around, you all would be amazed. Y'all would have fun. Trust me, y'all would have fun. If all of y'all if we all live near each other, I'm telling you, we would have fun. We would have fun. I am not a boring. Listen, I don't like stiffness. I will break the ice. You had those awkward moments with people. I don't like that. I'll be the first one to break the ice and everything. I just know the time and place for things. That's all. You handle business. You have fun. You can't, entertainment. You have to know, what was that Kenny Rogers song? Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You got to be able to understand that. I guarantee you, out of all this past 2 years, nobody is nowhere closer to understanding Egyptian culture. Everybody's so focused on the skin color of the Egyptians, of whom none of them are alive today. There is no more ancient. That's why we call it ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt. The culture is dead. It's gone. The place and relics still exist. They've been long lasting, thankfully. They were well built and everything like that, to where they last. You got the pyramids, you got the temples, you got the papyri, you got statues. Everything still exists, hauled off in museums and still over there in Egypt and stuff like that. But the actual culture itself is not what it was. It's done. It's gone. It's gone. So get with the program. Only way you're going to become familiar with the culture is by way of its language. That's the first step. All you all should be at least willing to learn the fundamentals of the language, the beginners, and I'm going to offer that as a class. I've always have. Even on my hiatus, I kept up Sundays classes. Some people are in the chat now that have been in the classes and whatnot every Sunday. We don't even talk about that whole black stuff. You can ask people. It's dead. It really is. It's dead. It's a waste of time. It's a distraction. You all have been bamboozled. And I know deep down you don't like it. Even if you laugh and chuckle here and there at what somebody may say. But I'm telling you, I know you all don't like it. I know it, because my inbox got bombed. People were like, where you been? Dad, how you do that to us? How you leave us in this crazy, in the psychiatric ward? People making comments like that. So I want to apologize for seeming to abandon everybody. But listen, I'm not into those shenanigans. If you want to learn, just spend some time on our channel. I think I could stop sharing. Yeah, spend some time on our channel. On your spare time. Again, I'm not in this for a popularity contest. I don't need 1,000 people watching. I don't need that. I appreciate things happening organically. If you're interested, then hey, come on, let's break bread. If you want to learn and be educated, be entertained, you could do that too. Come learn some stuff. We can have fun learning. If you want to be entertained or you want to, keep up with the gossip and the drama and stuff, hey, go ahead. Like, I'm not judging. Who am I? I'm not important enough to be on that. Okay? So I just want everybody to understand that. All right, so last thing I see, he says, Sesh, some of this conscious community stuff is like a layman version of John Henry Clark versus Mary Lefkowitz. Yeah, but that's kind of giving a little too much credit too. I'm telling you, I'm done with the conscious community as far as that goes. I think it's deteriorated into garbage. I really do. So, real quick, can somebody name the four topics that I said has been going on for the past 50 years in the conscious community? Can somebody repeat that, what I said earlier? What are the four main topics that you are guaranteed to hear in the conscious community? I'm going to see if y'all remember. I want to see if y'all remember. He said den of conflict. No, I mean the topics, the topics that people there are four main topics that have been perpetually argued in the conscious community for the past 50 years. Even before the conscious community went social media. Can anybody name that? Yeah, y'all pretty much remember. So those are four main topics. Was Christianity stolen from Egypt? Are the Egyptians black? Are the Egyptians gay? And did Egyptians have slaves? When it comes to Egypt, those are the four main topics that have been talked about for the past 50 years. And the way I'm saying this, I'm not saying that those topics should not have been brought up and talked about. Those are valid research questions, right? The problem with it is that they've been going on for 50 plus years in the exact same way. There's no progress. And the way people handle the questions and stuff, there will never be progress. And it is really the fault of people not knowing enough to know that they're wrong. They don't know enough to know that they're wrong. I'm gonna help y'all out with something that I saw, right? Recently I've seen on one video clip, people pulled up the Calhoun Papyrus, which is the hymn to Senwosret the third. And maybe some of y'all in the chat are familiar with that, but I've seen a clip of that in the video. I don't know whose channel I was watching, but I'm going to give you a little breadcrumbs nuggets for that, right? What you should do if you want to, if that comes up and you bring that up, is the hymn to Senwosret. It's the Calhoun Papyrus. It's a papyrus that's written in hieratic, but it was transcribed into the formal Sesh Netcher, the glyphs and everything. And people are using it to show the word Kemet with the I6 glyph, the bread loaf, the man and the woman, and then the three strokes. Okay, so it's in three places in that. It's in two places and a possible third place in that papyrus. All right. The third place, it's not for certain that it's there because it's damage to the papyrus. All right. So maybe me saying all that, y'all will be familiar. But I seen a clip somewhere. Now, when it ever comes up again, what you all should do is read the entire hymn. Because by reading the entire hymn, if anybody understands context, literary context, and how to read for comprehension and read, the context of the actual hymn and what the hymn is for, you will understand that it could never mean black people. Ever. And it doesn't mean black people. The hymn, I'm gonna let y'all know, give you a little teaser. The hymn is part of a ritual ceremony when the king takes ascension to the throne, and it's about the king's responsibility as a king. Because when you read the hymn, it's written like a poem, and there's 4 parts to it. One part talks about the protection the king is supposed to give. The other part is about the praises that the people give in appreciation for the king's protection, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's a part about where the king arrives in a ritual to the location to be around the people when it says he has come to us, blank, 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 blank. He has come to us, blank, 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 blank. And when it talks about that, it's talking about the king's dominion and ownership of what the Egyptians called the Egyptian world, which involved the 4 cardinal points, or the 2 by 2 that I explained earlier, the north and the south, and then the east and the west, and the outer and the inner, because it compares the Kemet to Desheret. It compares the Mehu to the Shema'u. It even uses the word Idebwi, which is the 2 riverbanks, in that section. All of this is in that section. It's not talking about the blackness of anybody's skin color. That wouldn't even fit into the hymn. You can't make sense of it. This is why people need to get out of the dictionaries and stop TLAing y'all to death. Whenever somebody bring up the TLA, just turn the channel. Be like, man, cut that bull snippet out. Read the whole hymn and know that the hymn is not in isolation. Listen, y'all, if y'all haven't learned anything from me tonight, understand this. There is 99% of anything that you can find in Egypt is never in isolation. Every one thing is linked to something else. For example, the so-called Book of the Dead is linked to the coffin text. The coffin text is linked to the pyramid text. The Book of Gates is linked to the Book of Caverns. The Book of Caverns is linked to the Book of the Earth. Y'all understand? Everything is linked. The so-called driving of the 4 calves that people try to use for the colors of those calves and try to say Kemet means black cow, therefore it's related to the people and all that other BS right there. That ceremony is a ceremony that's linked to what the hymn is about. It's proving that the king has dominion over the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east, west. That's what's represented by those 4 calves, and those are related to the 4 merit chests that the king drags on the ground with a rope. See, people don't understand. People don't even probably never heard of what I'm saying right now. I'm not the only one to say this. I'm not trying to act like I'm special, but I'm saying based on these conversations, I could tell people don't even have a clue about what I'm saying. Because this is in plain sight. You're not going to take a hymn to Senwaseret III and try to make that say black people. Let me tell y'all something else. Y'all know that Egypt is roughly over 3,000 years old, right? And in all of Egyptology, there are thousands upon thousands of artifacts and remains that are from Egypt stored in museums all across the globe. Out of the thousands upon thousands upon thousand texts, whether it's in hieratic, demotic, formal Sesh Metal Netcher, you name it. Out of all the documented stuff that scholars have documented and therefore digitized and everything like that, you can find Kemet spelled or written with the I6 bread loaf, man, woman, 3 strokes, only in that papyrus. Come on. Oh my goodness, man. I'm saying, see, y'all, listen, I apologize for taking a leave of absence, but people can't get away with that stuff around me. I'm telling y'all. But see, I don't like the shenanigans. I can't get caught up because y'all know the way I speak. I don't like to be overtalked. I don't like to overtalk people. And the way that it goes on, I can't have a sensible conversation with people to really break it down, because there's no respect, there's no trust, none of that stuff. You know, I've been teaching the language for over a decade. You know, I'm verified. I'm confirmed. I am a confirmed Sesh Metal Netcher teacher. My teacher uses my book to teach her students. How and she's a PhD holder, Dr. Raketi Amen. Do y'all understand that? You can't. I mean, what are people gonna say? I'm making her proud. Like I'm showing forth her power by her being my teacher, and I'm taking what she gave me and building on it, and in return, she's using what I created to teach her, in turn, teach her students for the beginner's level. Yep, Iron Lung is fitting. You're right, Mika. I do accept that title for sure. I accept Saber and I accept MC Iron Lung, straight up. But anyway, I just want to give y'all a nugget on the Calhoun Papyrus and all that kind of stuff, man. It's, you know, I've seen a recent clip. Somebody gave me a timestamp clip, so I checked it out. I'm not sure whose channel it was. I didn't pay attention, but just do that. Just read the whole hymn. Read the whole hymn. Read the whole hymn, and I mean, there's scholars who gave commentary on it. Like I don't know why people don't do that. Like, read the whole thing. Like, why you gonna pull out? See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta stop allowing people to TLA y'all to death. Egyptian dictionaries are not real dictionaries. They're just word replacements, word substitution books. You know, you see the word Nesut next to it, you see king. That's it. That's not a real dictionary. You can't learn a language by using dictionary. No teacher of the Egyptian language will ever allow that. You would embarrass them. That's embarrassing. You can't, like, imagine trying to learn English just using a dictionary. You can't. You don't know a language until you know its grammar. Grammar consists of 2 parts, morphology and syntax. That's what make up grammar. Until you know that, you don't know a language.
Dictionaries are just helping you, acquire a few vocabularies here and there, and that's it. And just knowing vocabulary is, it's not knowing a language.
Right. But anyway, so hopefully y'all understand what I'm saying. Now, if y'all not familiar with the Calhoun Papyrus, just look up the hymn to Senwosret III. Okay, it's a hymn. It's originally written in hieratic, what they call hieratic. I don't like using that term, but it's a hymn, and what I've seen people focus on is 2 lines where Kemet is used with the man-woman determinative, with the plural classified 3 strokes, and the I6 and bread loaf, right? It's in 2 places. You can see it in the hieratic. And I did a video on this. Over 2 years ago, okay? So y'all can look for it. It was the Calhoun Papyrus or whatever. I forgot what the title is. There's a video on our channel somewhere. And there's a 3rd place that is found, but the actual papyrus, when you look at it, is damaged right there. So what scholars do, and scholars are pretty good at this, so we can't knock scholars for doing this. Based on the context, some scholars will guess at what should be there, and then but they indicate that by putting a bracket around it in the translation. So if you ever read the translation, you're going to see a bracket around. What that means is the original is damaged in some form. Okay, so just always remember that. So it's there 3 times, 2 times, possibly 3, but regardless, none of them mean the black people. None of them. None of them. It doesn't mean the black people. It's crazy. I don't know how this conversation got to where it's where it is. Like, really. Ah, boy, man, it is crazy. That's why I'm so disappointed. I see Garfield is in the chat. I'm gonna blame Garfield. Garfield, is your fault. You have allowed this conversation to spiral out of control, brother Garfield. Yes. Yep, your job, you had one job, and you did not do it. You're supposed to bring on scholars, ask the right questions, shut it down, keep it moving. But seriously, I have no idea how it just got to the point where it is. It's crazy. It really is crazy. And what's crazy about the Calhoun thing, right next to it, you're going to see Deseret. Why would a place be contradistinguished from, and then all of a sudden it's black people? Y'all got to be crazy to allow that to come off. Boy, somebody's pulling the wool over y'all heads, and y'all are falling for it. Y'all have not falling. Y'all have fell for it. Y'all have definitely fell for it. The banana in the tailpipe. Y'all have fell for it. It's crazy. And then, hold up. I'm going to give y'all another nugget. Y'all know it's been a long time. That's why I'm so long-winded right now. I'm going to give y'all another nugget, okay? Now, check this out. Y'all know that Egypt is the longest continuous civilization known to us, right? It lasted over 3,000 years. Now, in all those 3,000 plus years, upon the unification of Egypt was also roughly the start of writing for the Egyptian writing system and everything like that, whether it's formal Sesh, Medew, Netcher, or what they call in hieratic. All right, so everybody has that understanding. All right, now I know a lot of people don't have time or maybe not even the interest to do this, but I'm just going to tell y'all this. If you were more of a philologist, an ancient Egyptian philologist, and you studied text, and you were on the side of studying the typographical aspects of text, meaning how the texts were written to determine, like for example, if an archaeologist finds a jar with a scroll in it for the first time, let's say they excavating a site and they dig up a jar and it has a scroll in it, they don't know the date of that site at that point, or the jar, or the scroll. So what they do is they try to clean up the scroll and do whatever they have to do with it. Then they'll look at the actual writing itself. And from studying the actual writing, the strokes of the pen and everything like that, they can guesstimate the time period that scroll was written in. Now, the question is, how are they able to do that? It's because they can compare it to the other scrolls that they previously found, all the thousands and other scrolls that they've already done that to, and they match it up in style. So now I say that to say, along with the writing style itself, you also have the spellings, what we would call spellings, even though that's technically not the right term to use, but that's the closest thing that we can use. The way that words are spelled. So I'm gonna give you an example, an English example. Today we spell the word color COLOR for the most part. But there are some people that will spell it COLOUR. And then I could think of other words, right? That we spell them differently than the way they were spelled at like a century ago. Okay? Like Old English versus New English or whatever the case is. I'm sure you all are familiar with that. And so because of how a word is spelled, you can pretty much date it. You know? Like okay, like the phrase goodbye. The phrase goodbye started with the whole phrase God be with ye, but we shortened it to goodbye. So whenever you see the word goodbye, you know that that's a later, more recent version of the phrase God be with ye. Okay, in case y'all didn't know that. All right. Now, I'm saying all of this to say that certain Egyptian words are spelled differently in different regions by different scribes, but it's indeed the same exact word that was written prior to or elsewhere. So the word Kemet, spelled with, let's say, the I6, the bread loaf, the man and woman, and the three strokes, could be a different way of spelling another familiar spelling of that same word. All right. So I'm going to give y'all the little nuggets and those breadcrumbs. And if you were really studying the language and not TLAing yourself to death, or dictionary learning yourself to death, or allowing others to do it, and really study the language and study its morphology and syntax, and with the appropriate, methods and things like that, people would have a better understanding of everything I just said. Everything I just said. I could show you Egyptian examples all day long of what I just said, how things are spelled different at different eras of time, the exact same words. And the scholars know that. All right, so just keep that in mind. Some glyphs are omitted for different reasons. It was popular to spell things a certain way at certain times. Some things are abbreviated, because of space and how in the space they had to write, the tools they use, and all that good stuff. All right, so keep all that stuff in mind and loosen up and be open-minded and willing to learn. All right. So that's my piece for tonight, Emiket. You got anything? Did I miss something in the chat? Because when I talk, I can't pay attention to the chat because y'all people have
which is gonna get us up to 7 o'clock in the morning. But somebody was like, "How about you get together and debate with Smash and settle this issue about Kemet meaning black people?"
Nah, somebody inboxed me that same thing, and that's an emphatic no. I'm not. Listen. At this point, I'm only like I'm on my John Henry Clark at this point. I've been on my John Henry Clark. I would only debate my equals. Everybody else I would teach, and I'm just gonna put it like that. Y'all, people need to bring me their teachers. I said it before I took my hiatus. I said that, so it's nothing different. This ain't the first time I said it. I've been saying it for years. People don't know how to debate. I'm not going to belittle myself and get into the shenanigans. Bring me your teachers. Bring me your experts. Bring me your scholars. I will have a professional conversation with those people. I'm not into the adversarial battles and stuff like that people are doing. I'm not with that. Because the goal is to expand the body of knowledge, to get to the objective truth of things, not to win or sun somebody or out talk somebody or out video live somebody and this and that. It's not a popularity contest for me. All right. That's the bottom line. So bring experts to me. I told this to people, child. I remember Ned was begging me to debate him. I told him straight up and down, like, man, you like, no, you're not ready. I'm saying, bring me your teachers. He never did. So I'm not getting into that. So that's that. So that's an emphatic no on that. Everything I gotta say about the topic, I already said it. So they can go through my all the videos and everything. Because the one thing that people don't have on their side that crushes the whole thing, it's a couple of things. One, I've always talked about the toponym Kemet. Everything else is a distraction. That's one. Two, when people try to bring up the blackologist BS, they don't even know, they don't have enough wherewithal to understand the tidbit of sociology involving identity and how the modern social construct of race is just that. It's a modern social construct. People need to understand what is a social construct in general, and then what is the racial social construct, when it was created, how it was created, why it was created. Then you'll understand that this conversation is garbage. It should have never come to this point in the first place, and I will never acquiesce to a faulty premise. That's just stupid. Remember what they say, when you see a person arguing with a fool, to the onlooker, you don't know who's the fool, and I'm not putting myself in that position. That's just it. Stop calling the Egyptians black. Stop calling them white. Europeans need to stop calling them white. Black folks need to stop calling them black. Let the Egyptians be Egyptians. That's it. At most, just say that they were African. Move on. Get into the culture. Get into tell me what's the reality behind Sekhmet. What is Sekhmet? Outside of it being an Egyptian goddess or Netcher and all that other kind of stuff, what does Sekhmet represent to the Egyptians? Why Sekhmet? That's a question. Why, that's just one example. Why Sekhmet? What does she represent in reality? Not the figurative or the myth. What does Sekhmet really represent? As an example, stuff like that. What is the duat? What is this underworld that everybody's talking about? What is the afterlife? Explain the judgment scene. For real, like, what is the reality behind it? We know that there's no human being with a dog head or a falcon head. We know that a human heart could never be lighter than a feather. We know that there's no such animal as a lion, a hippopotamus, amalgamated like that, called Amit. The Egyptians weren't that crazy. Get into that. Everybody's stuck on the black stuff. I'm telling you, that's some ratchet black American issue problem right there. Only people arguing that are African Americans that have an identity crisis. That's it. That's it. Grow up, man. People got to move on. People got to move on. Move on. It's done. It's over. It's over before it got started. Toponyms never refer to people. Remember that. The place name Kemet never refers to the people. Ever. Let that marinate, man. The toponym Kemet could never mean black people, because toponyms never refer to people, period. Even eponymous place names, and by eponymous means a place name named after a person. So pretty much every major city in the United States has a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Right? Now, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is the name of a street. It refers to a street. So the referent of that word is a street. It's not talking about Martin Luther King Jr., the person. It's not referring to the person. It's referring to the street. You say make a left onto Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. When you make that left, you're not going to look for Martin Luther King standing there. If you do, you are nuts. You're going to look for the street. The street. So even toponyms that are eponymous, meaning name, like Lake Victoria is a place name that is eponymous. It is an eponymous hydronym. Hydronym meaning it is a place name dealing with water, the lake. It is named after Queen Victoria. But when you buy a plane ticket or when you go to Africa and you go to Lake Victoria, you're not going to look for Queen Victoria. You're going to look for the lake, a place. Nowhere on earth do toponyms ever refer to people, even if the toponym is named after a person. That's called an eponymous toponym. See, I'm putting y'all into game that I've been put y'all on to 5+ years ago. It's in the book. We got videos on all this stuff. So listen, y'all spend some time on our videos, y'all. Y'all spend some time on our videos. The Egyptians never referred to themselves as black. The Egyptians never had an identity that they said black. They never did. It's stupid as all outdoors. They call themselves the Rimage. All right. So there y'all have it. So there's not where the glyphs calling themselves black. Oh, Garfield said, I don't believe you, Joe. You made that up. It can't be that easy. No, it is. It is that easy. That's what's surprising. A toponym never refers to people. Everybody can look this up. Toponym. The very word toponym tells you topos, place, onym, name, place name. A people name is an anthroponym or an ethnonym, ethnic name. That's how people collectively identify themselves. That's that what do you call it? The tacit, like, see what happens, what people don't understand is that human beings that cluster together tend to have a tacit agreement, a subconscious tacit agreement where people start to self-identify with the others around them. And then you form this group or collective identity that separates you from quote unquote others that you don't perceive as yourself. That's the birth of ethnic identity, where you start to cluster together and self-identify as similar, and then those who are dissimilar, you label them as foreign or other. This happens organically. It's a tacit agreement. It's not something that people sat down at a table and planned and stuff like that. No, this is something that naturally emerges out of the psyche of the people. It happens in the mind, and it's a subconscious thing based on many factors. Language being the main factor. If I can communicate with you and you could communicate with me successfully, then you are of me and I can identify with you. So language is a key factor to ethnic identity. Not skin color. And I'm sorry, I know people are not going to like that. The blackologists, the retarded blackologists out there, y'all are just like the flat earthers, and y'all need to, I'm telling y'all just need to go sit somewhere else get on the short bus and just ride that into the sunset. That's what it boils down to. It's just stupid. It's just that easy though. Toponyms. Kemet is a place. You buy a ticket to go to Kemet. You don't buy a ticket to go to black people. Where's the pilot gonna take you? That's just dumb. That's dumb. Yeah, give me a first class ticket to black people. Oh man, the pilot look at you like you crazy. Give me a first class ticket for me and my family. I like to excuse me, sir, what's your destination? Black people. Boy. Welcome to United Airlines. Where would you like your destination? Yeah, me and my family, we would like a first class ticket. We want to sit in row 1 next to the pilot. Where would you like your destination to be, sir? Yeah, give me a ticket to black people. Oh man, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy to allow that to happen, man. Y'all got bamboozled. Y'all got bamboozled. Oh boy, imagine having your passport stamped, right? You gotta show your passport and it's stamped black people. I want somebody to show me some passport stamps that say black people. Oh, see, it's getting late. I mean, it's been late. I gotta go, man. Y'all, oh boy, y'all about to have, oh, I'm about to start tripping, man. Goodness gracious. See what y'all making me do. All right, I'm gonna let y'all go. Listen, it's been good. I'm just checking in, and I am gonna go live regularly, but we on the side of education, so don't pull me into the mess. But listen, I will say this: if anybody has questions about stuff in our videos, even if it's on the topic of the black stuff, or the book we did in 2019, then that's welcome. I will entertain any questions on it, but don't ask me those fly by night, or don't pull some questions from the hip to ask me the stuff that's going on in these shenanigans now. I'm not, nah, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me, because I'm not going to allow it though. All right. Y'all can't, you can't entice me. You can't instigate me into it. Don't put batteries in my back. It's not going to work. None of that stuff's going to work. I'm not moved by emotion. I don't care if people make 1,000 videos about what I said tonight. I don't care. Really. I lose no sleep at all. All right. So I'm gonna say peace to everybody, and y'all can look forward to some more videos, but we're gonna be on the bus of education. All right. So now y'all can give me ideas on some topics to cover that I haven't already covered, and maybe if I did, I could refer you to the videos where we did it already, but I welcome it. All right. So see y'all next time. Mika, you got anything?
Not really. I think we covered everything. I forgot. Yeah, so just do our for everybody that participated, and hopefully we get to do more of this with some new constructive topics. So topics, looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I'll just say dua.
All right. Yeah, this video turned out to be 5 hours long. Boy, I know nobody's really gonna watch it, but it's not really a video like that. So if y'all here, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's been a minute, and yeah, so we're here. So looking forward to engaging some of y'all on some meaningful conversations, and that's it. So peace to everybody, And again, I do want to say this again, that I appreciate people who hit me up when I did take a break, checking on me to make sure like I didn't take a break because something was wrong, because we supposed to be our brothers and sisters keepers. And I really appreciate those people who reached out to me, who may have had my number or email and even inbox. Like I got hit up different ways, people checking in on me. I appreciate that. All right. But yeah, I mean, I'm cool. I'm fine. Like I took a break because I just don't do the BS. I'm not built that way. I'm too old for that. Told you I'm 53 years old. Yeah, man, that's, sounds funny me even saying that. But it's not, I don't think it's a good look for people to be acting the way they're acting. We could do a lot better. But all right, so I'm gonna say Shem Hotep, and how do I get this chat? Here. All right, so Shem Hotep, peace, and I'll see y'all next time. I don't know when I'm gonna go live again, but yeah, if y'all don't want to miss when I go live, cause I just pop up, definitely click the notification bell on this channel. That way you'll be alerted. All right, but I'm gonna say peace.
Go to Kemet school, you became more alert, you more wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. Achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.